Chapter 781. In the Sac Kingdom's Army Headquarters Staff Department, the atmosphere was heavy. Ivy, Joao looked over his colleagues before finally looking at the Staff Department's chief, Benjamin Dirk. On Dirk's face, the minister, who was known as the brain of the General Staff and had always been known to be confident at all times, had a gloomy expression on his face. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. This was understandable. After receiving the news from the southwest, it was impossible for anyone to be in a good mood. The Spirit Turtle Regiment that was best at defense had actually suffered a defeat in the kingdom. The one who defeated them wasn't a particularly strong regiment, but rather a single person. Of course, this person was a powerful great magician. Facing this kind of existence that far surpassed the understanding of mortals, the Spirit Turtle Regiment had only sent out a division of 2,000 people. Because of this, they had suffered a defeat, so strictly speaking, it wasn't something that couldn't be accepted. But the problem was the identity of this great magician. The great magician who had defeated the Spirit Turtle Regiment by himself was actually the New Flyers chairman, Su-E. Su-E was without a doubt one of the most famous people in the southwest countries of the Science Continent. But he was one of the few people who had this kind of fame and prestige as a merchant. Whenever others thought of him, the first thing they thought of was his status as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's chairman. They always forgot a fact, which was that he was a magician with quite a bit of strength. The Sac Kingdom's army headquarters didn't forget this fact, but they never would have thought that Su-E had already become a powerful great magician. Moreover, based on the reports that came back, the strength he displayed had already surpassed a primary grade great magician, far surpassing people's imaginations. Su-E as the New Flyers chairman already had a strong weight in people's hearts, so adding in his identity as a great magician, it simply made people feel despair. In the history of the Science Continent, there would occasionally be magicians who would go into business, and there would be merchants who would learn magic after finding their talent as a magician. But there had never been anyone like Su-E reaching such a high level in both aspects. The General Staff Department had thought of countless ways to deal with Su-E, including assassination. But now that Su-E had displayed the strength of a great magician, it immediately declared that it was almost impossible to assassinate him. After becoming a great magician, one would be able to grasp spatial teleportation magic. As long as Su-E wasn't looking for death, it was almost impossible for him to be assassinated. The only possibility was that they had invited a super magus to deal with him, and he would be killed without being able to resist. However, in the entire southwest corner of Signs, only Mage Carmilla from the Lampari Kingdom Sorcerers Guild was registered as a magister. Everyone knew that Minter Carmilla was the grandfather of Su-Yi's wife, Steel. Of course, he wouldn't do anything to Su-E. So once the news of Su-E becoming a great magician came out, it basically declared that it was impossible for the Sac Kingdom to assassinate Su-E. But like this, the General Staff Department's plan to deal with Su-E was greatly limited. The Sac Kingdom's General Staff Department had done their research on a new flyer and confirmed a fact. It was that the value of Su-E alone was equal to the value of the new flyer, and even surpassed it. To deal with the new flyer, they had to find a way to deal with Su-E. Of course, Su-E and the new flyer weren't the main point. The main point was that Su-E and the new flyer supported the Lampari Kingdom, which was what gave the Sac Kingdom a headache. Those pieces of trash in the kingdom's parliament. If it wasn't for them interfering, we could have sent more people. How could they have been defeated by Su-E alone? A young staff officer suddenly angrily roared out. The other officers of the general staff in the room all looked at him with strange expressions on their faces. A young staff officer looked at the staff officer who spoke before and said with a cold snort, "You still don't understand? This Su-E is a great magician. So what if we send more people? We can't do anything to him at all right. But at least we can defend our territory. Every time I think about how the sacred land that originally belonged to our kingdom has been taken over by the filthy elves, I feel very unhappy." The young officer suddenly slapped Benjamin by Mean's face. The young staff officer suddenly gave a salute to Dirk. "Sir Minister, I request the Army headquarters to send more troops to the Southwest Province and take back the territory that belongs to us. Benjamin? Dirk looked at him and calmly said, after the kingdom's parliament signed the agreement with a new flyer and those elves, that territory no longer belongs to our kingdom. So strictly speaking, what Sue-E said in front of the Spirit Turtle Regiment wasn't wrong at all. It wasn't them who invaded our territory. It was us who invaded the territory of those elves. Impossible, the young staff officer angrily roared out. I definitely won't accept this damn agreement. Our Sac Kingdom has only occupied other people's territory since we were founded. We have never been invaded by others before. Those damn fellows in the kingdom's parliament are tarnishing the honor of our army headquarters. They are also betraying the entire Sac Kingdom. Benjamin? Dirk slightly knit his brows and waved his hand. I understand your anger. As for this agreement, as a soldier of the kingdom, I also feel shame. But this is the decision of the kingdom's parliament, and as soldiers, we can only obey. But there are no buts. Benjamin Dirk emphasized his words. Obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. The young staff officer's face turned red, but he could only tightly close his mouth, not daring to say another word. Benjamin? Dirk's face sunk as he looked over everyone in the room. Finally, his eyes fell onto Ivy Jojo, who was standing on the outside. Jojo. Manager Jojo, how was the research on the military magic machines going? Everyone's eyes fell onto Ivy Jojo. As for Joao, no one understood why the minister would ask him the first question. Ivy? Jojo was the chief of staff of the Hungry Wolf Regiment. His position wasn't worse than Minister Dirk's. Even if he was being stared at by all these people, of course, he wouldn't be nervous at all. After thinking about it, he replied, there should be some progress, but it's far from enough. Moreover, the most important problem is that we don't know what level the military magic machines in the new flyer are at, so we can't judge the level of the military magic machines in the Lampari Kingdom's army. Benjamin? Dirk nodded before giving a sigh. It's a pity that we sent the Hungry Wolf Regiment this time to force the new flyer guards to make a move and test their level, but we never thought that Sue-E would be at the Great Magician level. Moreover, we never thought that he would personally make a move, so we couldn't achieve our goal. The staff officers in the room looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. So the army headquarters had sent the Spirit Turtle Regiment to the territory sold to the elves by the kingdom's parliament. It wasn't to protect the territory, but rather for another goal. But sending 2,000 soldiers of the Spirit Turtle Regiment just to force the new flyer guards to make a move? Just to test their level? Wasn't this thinking too highly of the new flyer guards? Ivy? Joao agreed with Chief Dirk's sigh, as he also said with a sigh, that's right, if we miss this chance, it'll be very hard to obtain accurate information on the new flyer guards. It will also be very hard to guess the true strength of the new flyer guards and determine the level of the military magic machines in the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. Benjamin? Dirk knit his brows to think before continuing. The information we can obtain now is from the internal strife in the Principality of Constantine a few months ago when the new flyer guards made a move. But because their records are too simple, the new flyer guards easily defeated their opponents each time, so it's hard for us to make an accurate judgment. The subordinates of the lords in the Principality of Constantine naturally can't compare to our Sac Kingdom soldiers. Ivy Joao said with a nod. But we really need information about the military magic machines right now, said Benjamin. Benjamin Dirk turned to look at a normal-looking middle-aged staff officer in the corner, who no one would notice if he was thrown into a crowd. Yuri, your side needs to be strengthened. Remember, no matter the cost, you have to obtain the information we need. Do you understand what I mean? The middle-aged staff officer nodded. Yes, Sir Chief. I will work harder. Benjamin? Dirk turned to Ivy Joao. Joao, Manager Joao, you have to pay more attention to the research on your side. It isn't exaggerated to say that the fate of our Sac Kingdom is in the hands of your research. Many young staff officers in the staff room knit their brows as they looked at Ivy Joao. Joao's eyes were a bit unconvinced. This fellow's military magic machine research department had been working for so long, but they still hadn't had any results. Why did the army headquarters and the kingdom's parliament place so much importance on them, investing so much manpower and resources in them? To these young staff officers, although the new flyers' military magic machines were very powerful in the rumors, they hadn't personally seen it. They didn't think that just relying on these military magic machines could decide the fate of the Sokovia kingdom. Ivy Joao ignored the gazes of these young people and slowly said in a deep voice, "Sir Chief, I understand the blame I bear more than anyone. Please be assured." Benjamin? Dirk nodded. He looked down at the map of the Sack Kingdom on the table, and after thinking for a bit, he reached out to point at the southwest corner of the map. "I will propose to the army headquarters to station the Spirit Turtle Regiment here to prevent the elves from infiltrating the kingdom. Do you have any objections to this?" Everyone looked at each other in surprise. It was normal to guard against the elves who had invaded their home, but sending the entire Spirit Turtle Regiment, wasn't this making a big fuss over nothing? Chapter 782. Su-Yi naturally couldn't stay in the territory the Moon Shadow tribe obtained from the Sack Kingdom, because there were many things waiting for him to take care of. But before he left behind the 200 Frestec Chamber of Commerce guards he brought with him. With the powerful battle strength of the guards and the Moon Shadow tribe's forest guards, it was enough to deal with no more than 5,000 normal Sack Kingdom soldiers. Of course, if the Sack Kingdom's reaction to this matter was too strong, Su-Yi had already told the Moon Shadow tribe's forest guard captain Phelps ahead of time. If he judged that they couldn't resist, he shouldn't hesitate and immediately choose to retreat. This place wasn't far from the Black Rice Wasteland, so as long as they retreated into the Black Rice Wasteland, whether it was going east into Black Rice City or west into the Black Rice Harbor, it would guarantee their safety. After giving these instructions, Su-Yi was planning on returning to the Principality of Constantine, but he never thought that when he passed by Black Rice City, he would see Count Will rushing over. Count Will had specially come to Black Rice City to wait for Su-Yi's return. He had brought a personal letter from Her Majesty 70. After Su-Yi read the letter, he only hesitated a bit before deciding to head to Anvilmar City with Count Will to receive Her Majesty 70's summons. Black Rice City was over 600 kilometers away from Anvilmar City, but with the convenience of the magic sedans and the road network in the Lampari Kingdom, Su-Yi and Count Will set off in the morning and arrived in Anvilmar City in the evening. "Chairman Su, it's been a long time since you've been to Anvilmar City, right?" Count Will suddenly asked Su. Su-Yi looked at the familiar Anvilmar City walls through the window, and after thinking about it, he found that Count Will wasn't wrong. The last time he came to Anvilmar City was when 70 had just given birth. Although he had been running around and often left the Principality of Constantine, he didn't have a chance to come to Anvilmar City at all. If one looked back in time, one would find that after 70 took the throne, he came to Anvilmar City less and less. So he had less and less contact with 70. The most contact between the two of them was through letters. Although Su-Yi was doing this on purpose, thinking about it, it seemed like he didn't meet 70 often enough. It was no wonder 70's letter asking Su-Yi to come to Anvilmar City had a trace of sadness in it. Perhaps she had noticed something from Su-Yi's actions. Thinking of this, Su-Yi felt a trace of apology and regret in his heart. He had deliberately reduced contact with 70 before because he was worried about their identities. He was afraid that if they interacted too much, there would be things that he wasn't willing to mix in, and it would taint the pure relationship between him and 70. But now that he thought about it, he found that his way of doing things was very wrong. His and 70's identities were already set and couldn't be changed. As long as the two of them continued to be in contact, there would be things related to their identities that couldn't be avoided. If he wanted to avoid these things, there was only one possibility, which was to completely cut off all contact with 70. But this was clearly impossible. Not to mention New Flyer having a close relationship with the Lampari Kingdom. Just based on their relationship as friends, Su-Yi wasn't willing to cut off all contact with 70. So after thinking this through, Su-Yi felt that his way of doing things was not only wrong, it was also stupid. Based on what did he have no confidence in maintaining a normal relationship with 70? Even if there were some unavoidable interactions between them because of their identities, Su-yi could do his best to separate these things and separate business from private matters. While maintaining the private relationship between them, he could also maintain the good relationship between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom. Even if there were conflicts between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom in the future, it wouldn't affect the private relationship between him and Seveni. Su-yi was confident in himself, and he was confident in Seveni. Of course, if he couldn't do it, it meant that he wasn't capable enough, and he couldn't blame others. Moreover, no matter what, it was much better than him deliberately reducing his interactions with Seveni. It has indeed been a long time. Speaking of this, I only saw His Highness when he was born, so he should be half a year old now, right? How about it? Count Revel, have you seen His Highness? What does he look like now? Su-yi asked Count Revel. Hearing Su-yi ask about His Highness, Count Revel looked at Su-yi with a strange gaze. After pausing for a bit, he replied, I also saw His Highness 2 months ago when I returned to Anvilmar City to see Her Majesty. He looked very healthy and lively. Oh, I don't know if he looks like Seveni or not. If he does, he will definitely be a very handsome prince when he grows up, Su-yi said with a smile. Count Revel's lips couldn't help twitching. This Chairman Su, did he deliberately bring up this topic? Recently, there had been a rumor in the Lampari Kingdom's noble circle that His Highness' father was this Chairman Su in front of him. Count Revel had scoffed at this rumor before, but when he saw Her Majesty last time, he had carefully looked over His Highness and found that His Highness looked similar to Su-yi. Now that he heard Su-yi sigh, Count Revel seriously looked over Su-yi's face. At the same time, he thought of His Highness and found that the two faces were becoming more and more similar. Could it be that the rumor is true? Count Revel had this shocking guess in his heart, and he felt a strong sense of absurdity. He had guessed countless times who Her Majesty's lover was, but he never thought that it would be Su-yi. Of course, from a serious point of view, this guess was very likely to be true. Everyone knew that the Queen had been in close contact with Su-yi when she was still a princess, and had expressed her admiration for Su-yi more than once. So it was normal for her to be interested in him. After the Queen took over the throne, the New Flyer under Su-yi's name gradually expanded and became a powerful force that could influence the situation of several surrounding countries. If they could maintain a good relationship with Su-yi, then the Lampari Kingdom and New Flyer would be able to maintain a good working relationship. As long as the Lampari Kingdom could obtain the support of New Flyer, then it wouldn't take long for the Lampari Kingdom to become the most powerful country in the surrounding countries. Although this speculation was somewhat disrespectful to Her Majesty, it was precisely because of this that it could explain why Her Majesty would choose to have a child out of wedlock, and why she would not reveal the shocking matter of the prince's father to everyone. Because Su-yi was already married, the Queen. Strictly speaking, she was actually a third party. Count Revel carefully observed Su-yi's expression and couldn't see anything strange. This made him feel very strange. No matter how unfathomable Su-yi was, there was no need for him to suddenly mention the prince in front of him and put on a show because it was meaningless. The only explanation was that Su-yi didn't know about this at all. But if this was true, then the truth was too shocking. Thinking of this possibility, Count Revel's expression couldn't help changing. If the guess of Her Majesty before was true, and Su-yi really didn't know about this, it could only prove that Her Majesty truly loved Su-yi. That was why she did this kind of impulsive thing that a young girl in her spring period would do. But true love? Count Revel's expression became very strange. Su-yi was the chairman of the powerful New Flyer that could affect the surrounding countries, so it was unknown how many women were willing to throw themselves at him. Her Majesty Seveni was the ruler of the Lampari Kingdom, controlling the fate of the Lampari Kingdom. She was an important person who could affect the entire Lampari Kingdom with a single move. Between these two people, what true love was there? Is there something wrong? Su-yi noticed the change in expression on Count Revel's face and couldn't help asking this in a strange voice. He was just asking about His Highness, so why did Count Revel look like he had seen a ghost? No, nothing. Count Revel came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand as he said with a forced smile, I just suddenly thought of something and felt that I had to ask Chairman Su about it. What is it? Su, he was even more curious. They had been together for 8 to 9 hours, so why didn't he ask before? Why did he have to wait until they were about to enter Anvilmar City? Chairman Su, I've heard that your new flyer has reached an agreement with the Drake Duchy, planning to invest in 2 agricultural magic machine factories in the Drake Duchy? Su, he slightly narrowed his eyes. He wasn't surprised that Count Revel knew about this matter, because Princess Caroline had stayed in the Principality of Constantine for close to a month before leaving. This couldn't be hidden from anyone. Moreover, Su didn't plan on hiding this matter, so it wasn't strange that it was revealed. What he was surprised about was that Count Revel was asking this question and not 70 like he expected. Thinking about it, Su replied with a nod. Yes, if nothing unexpected happens, the 2 factories will be built next month, and they will be in production by the end of the year. Are you in this much of a rush? Count Revel asked. Pretty much. Because these 2 factories were built to prepare for the Malar Empire, it's better to prepare as soon as possible. Su replied. Hearing Su mention the Malar Empire, Count Revel was stunned. Although the report said that when Princess Caroline went to the Principality of Constantine, there was an unknown middle-aged noble with her. No one knew what this middle-aged noble did. Now that Su took the initiative to reveal this, he knew that he came from the Malar Empire. Moreover, based on the meaning in Su Yi's words, New Flyer had already made contact with the Malar Empire and had even reached an agreement. This was a very important piece of news, but Su had said it so easily. Count Will was stunned for a moment before ecstasy surged in his heart. With his understanding of Su since Su took the initiative to reveal this information, it was very likely that this information was related to the Lampari Kingdom. And in these inconspicuous connections, it was very likely that there were countless desired and unexpected opportunities hidden in them. Chapter 783. After entering Anvilmar City, Count Will went against Su Yi's expectations. He didn't directly bring him to the palace to see 70. Rather, he brought him to a place he was very familiar with, the former Bana City Anvilmar Clubhouse, which was actually the residence of the former Bana City Lord, Count Sean Samo. When he came out of the magic sedan, Su saw Count Samo standing at the entrance of the residence, looking over at him with a smile. Beside him was Manager Ram, who Su was very familiar with. Su quickly moved forward and came in front of Count Samo, reaching out his hands to tightly shake Count Samo's hand. Lord Count, when did you come back? As the new flyer gradually became stronger, as the chairman of the new flyer, Su had become an important person. He no longer used honorifics when addressing other nobles like before. Even in front of Count, who was also a count, he used you to address him as an equal. But only when facing Count Sean Samo. He couldn't help feeling a trace of respect in his heart. The new flyer being able to smoothly develop in Banda City couldn't do without the full support of Count Samo, who was the city lord back then. If it wasn't for him, even if the new flyer didn't go bankrupt, it would have been hard for them to move forward. At the same time, whenever Count Samo saw Su his heart was filled with joy. He had been Banta City's city lord for over 10 years and didn't have any achievements before. But when Su and the new flyer appeared, there was a heaven-shaking change in Banta City. It made the normal Banta City not only become the most famous city in the Lampari Kingdom, it also became the city of magic machines in the hearts of countless people in the surrounding countries. The citizens of Banta City greatly benefited from this, and he as the Lord City Lord also benefited greatly. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have spent the rest of his life as Banta City Lord and wouldn't have risen in status at all. But because of the appearance of the new flyer, Banta City's strong development, making him as the Lord City Lord a powerful person that all the nobles of the Lampari Kingdom looked at with admiration. When Lampuri XIII was still on the throne, he had been transferred to one of the most important cities in the Northeast Province, Seoul City, as the City Lord. He had become one of the City Lords of one of the most important cities in the Lampari Kingdom, entering the highest circle of nobles. Before the great changes in the Lampari Kingdom, Lampuri XIII had given him the command of the kingdom's 3rd garrison army, making him the only city lord in the Lampari kingdom who could control the kingdom's garrison army. After the great changes in the kingdom, when Her Highness 70 ascended to the throne, she didn't take back his command of the kingdom's 3rd garrison army. The current Count Sean Samo was a very powerful person in the Lampari kingdom's circle of nobles. Moreover, with Her Majesty's trust in him, he wasn't at a disadvantage against any of the nobles in the kingdom. All of this came from Su Yi and the new flyer he had created. Because of this close and complicated relationship, when the two shook hands, the smiles on their faces were incomparably sincere. I came back a few days ago to report to Her Majesty about the situation in Seoul City. Count Samo replied with a smile before asking back, Su Yi, you came a rush this time. So how many days can you stay here? It depends on Her Majesty. If she wants me to stay a few more days, I'll listen to her arrangements. Su Yi replied with a faint smile. Oh, Samo. Count Samo looked at Su Yi in surprise. Aren't you busy during this time? How could that be possible? I'm about to die from being busy. Su Yi waved his hand. But this time I've decided to sit down with Her Majesty and have a chat. Let's get to know each other. I haven't seen Her Majesty in a long time. I wonder how she's been recently. Hearing the words, get to know each other, Count Revel, who was walking behind Su Yi, had a slight change in expression. His gaze looking at Su Yi became incomparably strange again. But Su Yi and Count Samo were being led by Manager Ram into the courtyard, so no one noticed anything strange about him. Count Samo heard Su Yi's response and broke out in laughter. He reached out to pat Su Yi's shoulder and said, Good. You should get to know Her Majesty more. When your new flyer was still in Bana City, you and Her Majesty were like good friends who were together when you had nothing to do. Now that you've become estranged, this really shouldn't be the case. Seeing Count Samo lecture him like an elder, Su Yi didn't refute him and just nodded with a faint smile. When they entered the courtyard, Su Yi looked at the familiar surroundings and couldn't help saying in an emotional voice, Everything has changed over the years, but this courtyard hasn't changed at all. Count Samo revealed a faint smile. I'm old. I don't like changes. Su Yi, since you suddenly came here, you shouldn't have found a place to stay. How about you stay here, since you're very familiar with this place? Su Yi thought for a bit before agreeing with a nod. Towards Su Yi's arrival, Count Samo was already prepared. They just sat there chatting for a bit before being invited to dinner. After a meal that wasn't considered too sumptuous, Count Levi took the chance to leave. Count Samo invited Su Yi to the study in the courtyard, and the two sat down across from each other. Count Samo looked in the direction of the royal palace before turning to Su Yi to say, Su Yi, do you know why I came to see you before Her Majesty? You're here. Su Yi revealed a doubtful look as he looked at Count Samo. Count Samo was silent for a bit before suddenly saying with a sigh, Actually, the key is what you said before dinner. Su Yi, you really should get to know Her Majesty better. I'm not talking about the friendship between partners, but the pure friendship between the two of you. In my heart, Her Majesty has always been my good friend. This has never changed. Su Yi said seriously, I believe you, but if I'm not wrong, you're intentionally diluting the relationship between you and Her Majesty, right? Count Samo asked again. Su Yi looked at Count Samo in shock. He didn't expect him to see through his thoughts. Count Samo smiled faintly. Don't be surprised. I'm an old man. Of course I've experienced more than a young man like you. It's not strange for me to see this. Su Yi was silent. He couldn't admit this, but he couldn't deny it either. Count Samo seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He smiled and waved his hand. Of course, this isn't the main point. The main point is that Su Yi, you don't have to do this. Do you know that I've watched Her Majesty grow up since she was young? She was very intelligent since she was young, and His Majesty Lampuri XIII placed importance on her. But because she was part of the royal family, she was under a lot of pressure, so I rarely saw her reveal a happy smile. But after meeting you, I've found that she is often very happy. Su Yi's heart trembled when he thought of when a new flyer was still in Bana City and Banna City Lord was still Samo Count Samo. 70 often came to Banna City to meet him for various matters. The two of them chatted together, and it was indeed a very happy time. But with the great changes in the Lampuri kingdom, 70 had no choice but to take the throne and become a queen, so she never came back. The reason why I'm saying this to you is because I treat myself as your senior. I don't want to see you make some wrong choices and make both sides feel sad. Of course, I don't know what you're thinking, Sui. I just know that when I saw Her Majesty during this time, there wasn't a single smile on her face. Count Samo said. Sui was silent for a bit before revealing a forced smile and shaking his head. Sir Count, I'm already aware of this and will pay attention to solving it. The reason why I came to Ambalmar City this time and decided to ignore everything else and stay here for a few days was for this. Is that so? That would be great. Count Samo suddenly stood up and pressed down on the wall of the study. After a series of rumbling sounds, the wall of the study started to move, revealing a well-hidden secret room. Sui looked in a daze, but he found that the secret room was completely dark and he couldn't see clearly at all. But after that, two figures slowly appeared from the secret room and walked out step by step. The person walking in front had a familiar warm smile that Sui was familiar with. Although his face had clearly changed compared to when they first met 6 years ago, becoming much more mature and steady, as well as having a natural dignity, this smile didn't change at all. It still made people feel very calm and assured when they saw it. This unique and warm smile naturally only belonged to 70. Seeing 70 slowly walk out of the secret room with that familiar smile, Sui suddenly had an illusion. It was like he hadn't seen 70 in a long time, and 70 had just walked out of a distant space crack. 70 stopped less than 2 steps away from Sui and looked at Sui. The breath coming out of her nostrils almost hit Sui's face. The two silently looked at each other for a bit before Sui revealed an awkward smile. Your Majesty, call me 70. 70 cut off Sui without any courtesy. Sui was surprised before rubbing his nose and saying with a bitter laugh, All right, 70, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. Sui, I want to see you every day, but that is clearly impossible. Then taking a step back, being able to talk to you every day isn't bad. So, I hope that your new flyer can set up enough magic signal towers in our Lampari kingdom to guarantee that I can talk to you in the Principality of Constantine at any time in the royal palace. Sui never thought that the first thing 70 said to him after meeting was about magic signal towers. Chapter 784. At the beginning of October, New Flyer suddenly announced that they would be cooperating with the Lampari Kingdom on 3 projects. The first project was related to the magic signal towers. According to the contract signed between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom, New Flyer would be building over 100 magic signal towers in the Lampari Kingdom. With the 50 magic signal towers that New Flyer would be building on the Black Rice Wasteland, they would form a magic signal transmission line from the Principality of Constantine to the Principality of Constantine's New Flight Commerce main base to Ambalmar City. According to the information the Frestec Chamber of Commerce revealed, as long as this transmission line was finished, in theory, even if people were in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's main base, they could use the magic communicator to talk to people in Ambalmar City that was close to 1,000 kilometers away. But at the same time, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce announced another matter. It was that because of the limitations of the magic wave technology, this long-distance communication couldn't be open to the public yet. So after this line was built, it would only be used for limited conversations between people. Although New Flyer didn't give a clear explanation, everyone guessed that this magic signal transmission line, which was also called a communication line by New Flyer, was to allow New Flyer's chairman Sui and the Lampari Kingdom's Queen 70 to easily talk to each other. But to build 150 magic signal towers at once, New Flyer had announced that they were investing over 4 million gold coins, but it was just to make it easier for Sui to talk to Her Majesty 70. This was a bit too extravagant. Moreover, it was different from the gossip that normal people paid attention to. There were many people in the Lampari Kingdom who talked about how the New Flyers' magic signal towers were obstructed in the Principality of Constantine, and how they had to use the New Flyers' guards to suppress the nobles who opposed them. Because of this, they objected to the cooperation between the Lampari Kingdom and New Flyer. The nobles in the Principality of Constantine objected to New Flyer building magic signal towers in their territories because they were worried that New Flyer's magic signal towers were similar to the infamous magic towers that could control people's thoughts from thousands of years ago. Although New Flyer explained this by saying that the magic signal towers were different from the magic towers and didn't have this kind of terrifying ability, this didn't make people believe it. After the newspapers in the Principality of Constantine reported this matter, there were many voices of opposition in the kingdom. However, in the next few days, the Sorcerers' Guild of the Lampari Kingdom made a statement in the Anvilmar Times and the Lampari Weekly. They said that the Sorcerers' Guild had done a detailed evaluation of the magic signal towers that New Flyer was about to build in the Lampari Kingdom. They confirmed that the magic array on the magic signal towers was a trivial 4th-grade magic array, and it was a very normal elemental magic array. It didn't have any terrifying ability to control people's minds, so it wasn't related to the magic towers that people were worried about. At the same time, the great magicians of the Lampari Kingdom, including the Sorcerers' Guild's chairman Palmzarin and great magician Eisenkel, had clearly stated in an interview with the Lampari Weekly that they were paying attention to the New Flyers' actions in the Lampari Kingdom. Moreover, in consideration of the benefits of the kingdom, they would supervise them. The two said that up to this point, New Flyer had been focused on promoting magic machines and didn't try to control people's minds at all. Not to mention that New Flyer had always supported the Lampari Kingdom, so people didn't need to worry at all. Rather, when it came to the people who doubted the magic signal towers, the two refuted them at the same time, saying that they were measuring the stature of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. The cooperation between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom had brought large benefits to New Flyer, while also promoting the rapid development of the Lampari Kingdom, allowing many people in the kingdom to benefit from this. This could be seen from the improvement in the lives of the people in the Lampari Kingdom in the past few years. Moreover, the two also proposed a new point of view. They said that with the appearance of New Flyer, there would be a new trend, which was that the continent would enter a new era of magic machines. After this, the lives of the people of the continent would be affected by the existence of all kinds of magic machines. With this trend, people didn't need to resist it. Rather, they worked hard to change their minds and actively accept it. As for the statements of the Sorcerers' Guild and the two great magicians, there were many people who felt that the Sorcerers' Guild and the two great magicians were closely related to Sue E and the New Flyer. Both sides also had many benefits, so the conclusion they gave couldn't be trusted. But the Sorcerers' Guild and the two great magicians had incomparable authority in the Lampari Kingdom when it came to magic. Since they said there was no problem, and no one could refute them. So the Lampari Kingdom's parliament quickly announced that the Lampari Kingdom had already begun preparing for this cooperation with the New Flyer. It was estimated that this communication line would be finished by the end of next year. The second project wasn't related to magic machine manufacturing. It was a cooperation between the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom to open a school together. These schools naturally wouldn't be magic schools. They would be like Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training School, schools that specialized in learning about magic machines. According to the announced data, the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom would be building 17 magic machine industry training schools in the Lampari Kingdom in 3 years, covering the entire Lampari Kingdom. Every person who was willing to work in the magic machine industry could choose a school to train in. Moreover, just like Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training School, these 17 magic machine industry training schools would also reduce tuition fees to ensure that students with normal finances could study in these schools. Among these measures, other than the Lampari Kingdom's subsidies, there was also a method similar to the New Flyer's Baron Richto Magic Academy and Banta City's Magic Machine Industry Training School. The students could sign a contract with a company, letting those companies pay their tuition fees and living expenses. The requirement was that they had to work for a company after graduating. Although this rule wasn't limited to the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, rather it was something that the students were willing to sign with any magic machine company. Everyone knew that under the same conditions, any student would choose the Frestech Chamber of Commerce first. The other companies of the Lampari Kingdom were clearly aware of this. After the kingdom's parliament announced this cooperation, there were over 30 companies that expressed through the newspapers that they were willing to give preferential conditions to the students of these magic machine industry training schools. There were even some companies that clearly stated their prices, giving clear amounts of gold coins to show their sincerity. It could be said that before these 17 magic machine industry training schools were opened, the competition for students that didn't even exist was already in full swing. There was no other way. Who told the New Flyers chairman, Sue, to say something before? In the magic machine industry era, technology is the most important thing and talent is everything. In order to compete for these future talents, it wasn't a big deal to spend a bit more. The third project wasn't just limited to the cooperation between the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom. To be honest, this project was led by the Lampari Kingdom, and the main partner was the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. This project was a very large road project. According to the part of the plan announced by the Lampari Kingdom's parliament in the Lampari Weekly, the Lampari Kingdom would be upgrading the roads in the kingdom in the next 5 years. Apart from continuing to pave new roads so that every small town in the kingdom could be connected by roads, there was also a need to upgrade the existing roads. With the development of the Lampari Kingdom, the normal 2-lane roads couldn't cope with the increasing demand for transportation anymore. The main roads connecting Banta City and Anvilmar City, as well as the Northeast Province, had frequent traffic jams, which seriously affected the efficiency of transportation. So the Lampari Kingdom's parliament, under the orders of Her Majesty 70, after careful research, they decided to upgrade the roads in the kingdom. They would double the width of the main roads, becoming 4 lanes. Even the road connecting Banta City and Anvilmar City would become an exaggerated 8 lanes. The total investment for this project was estimated to be 35 million gold coins. Even if the Lampari Kingdom's revenue was increasing year after year, even surpassing 10 million gold coins last year, they couldn't handle this kind of shocking expenditure. So most of the investment for this project fell into the various provinces and cities of the kingdom. The main reason why the road between Banta City and Anvilmar City would become an astonishing 8 lanes was because Banta City had money. As for New Flyer's role in this project, it was mainly to provide various materials and construction magic machines. Therefore, New Flyer announced a joint venture with the Lampari Kingdom, building 3 cement factories and 1 construction magic machine factory in the Lampari Kingdom, making it easier to produce materials. According to the information released by the Lampari Kingdom's parliament, these 3 cement factories were all controlled by the Lampari Kingdom, so they had absolute control over them. This meant that these 3 cement factories belonged to the Lampari Kingdom, so New Flyer couldn't really influence them. As for the other construction magic machine factory, the parliament didn't reveal any information about it. This made many people's imaginations run wild. If this construction magic machine factory was completely controlled by the Lampari Kingdom, didn't that mean that New Flyer had already transferred the construction magic machine technology to the Lampari Kingdom? Although New Flyer had been very generous in transferring technology to the outside world, it was limited to household magic machines. If it was as people guessed, this would be the first time they transferred the production magic machine technology. Didn't this mean that New Flyer was finally planning on releasing magic machine technology outside of household magic machines? Thinking of this possibility, there were countless people who were ready to move. Chapter 785. Hey, there's no problem if you want the technology, but before you want it, you have to see if you're qualified or not, right? Sue gave a cold laugh as he threw the letters in his hand to the side. Cruz, next time you have these things, you can burn them yourself. Don't give them to me. These letters came from the companies of the Lampari Kingdom, and they all had the same contents. They were all interested in the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's production magic machine technology, hoping that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce could transfer the technology to them. These companies included magic machine companies and two companies that didn't participate in the magic machine industry before. It showed that as the magic machine industry became more and more influential in the Lampari Kingdom and the surrounding countries, the traditional companies couldn't sit still. Chairman Cruz, sitting in front of Sue, he looked at the letters that Sue threw on the table and revealed an awkward smile. These letters were from the chairman of these companies who asked him to give them to Sue, but he never thought that Sue would disdain them like this. After thinking for a bit, Chairman Cruz asked, then, Sue, what kind of company do you think is qualified to obtain the technology for your magic machines? For example, is our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce enough? What? You're finally interested in entering this industry? Sue, he asked back. No, I'm not interested. Chairman Cruz shook his head. I'm just asking. Do you think our company is qualified? Not enough. Sue, he didn't hesitate to give a negative answer. Your company doesn't have a problem in terms of funds, but you're too weak in terms of technology. Even if I gave you the technology for free, you wouldn't know what to do with it. It's not that bad. Chairman Cruz was a bit unconvinced. As long as you're willing to give us enough technology, as long as I invest more, I'll definitely be able to grasp it. All right, I'll give you the technology for the magic mixer that your company often uses. Then I'll tell you that you need to invest at least 3 million gold coins and at least 2 years to grasp the basics. Are you willing to accept this? If it's only 3 million gold coins in 2 years, it's not impossible. Chairman Cruz looked at Sue and laughed. Over the years, you've earned over 1.5 million gold coins from me on the magic mixer, right? In the future, our Chamber of Commerce will have many uses for these things. If we can make them ourselves, we can save a lot of money. Are you sure? Sue looked at him with a faint smile. President Cruz was taken aback. Then, he waved his hand with an ugly expression and said, forget it. I'll just buy from your son. The magic machines that your new flyer makes will definitely be stronger than what others can make and will be better than what I can research. Why should I spend that much money and time on this kind of thankless thing? Sue shook his head and said with a sigh, it's fine if you think like this, but if everyone else thinks like this, I'll be too disappointed. Oh, I understand. You still want to promote the magic machine industry, right? Chairman Cruz said, I've cooperated with the Lampari Kingdom and the Drake Duchy to open agricultural magic machine factories and construction magic machine factories, so I've already expressed my intention to make this technology public. But up to now, the ones that have come to me are all this kind of stuff. Those companies that I like haven't made a move at all. It really makes me disappointed. Sue said with a sigh, I feel that. It's not that they can't see this and they definitely want this technology, but Sue, have you ever thought that those companies that you like, your best one should be the Ireland Chamber of Commerce, right? You often praise them for their innovations in technology in front of me. Yes, the Ireland Chamber of Commerce has always been willing to invest in technological research. Although I don't like Kovac, I have to admit that he's a business genius. He was the one who helped the Ireland Chamber of Commerce become the largest chamber of commerce in the magic machine component industry. Look, even if the Ireland Chamber of Commerce is the boss of the component industry, have you ever thought about how much money the Ireland Chamber of Commerce has? Chairman Cruz asked. Freeman told me last time that their company earned over 300,000 gold coins last year. I think that it should be a bit more. So that means that 300,000 gold coins is a lot for them. But if they want to buy the technology from your new flyer, it's far from enough. Chairman Cruz honestly said. Not to mention that after they obtain the technology, they need to invest a large amount of money and manpower to digest it. You just told me that it would take at least 3 million gold coins and at least 2 years to make a magic mixer, but for a small company like theirs, it would be even more. Do you think they can handle it? Sue blinked and was speechless for a while. Sue, I've found that you have a very big problem. Chairman Cruz said with a serious expression. Sue looked at him with a bit of doubt. You seem to have never trusted those old companies. Even for our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, if it wasn't for the fact that I've worked with you the longest, you wouldn't trust us that much. That's why when you're looking for partners, you often subconsciously exclude the old companies. He thought for a bit before nodding. I know that you think that magic machines are a new industry, and it's easier for those new companies to accept it. But now isn't the time when your new flyer just appeared and people still don't know what magic machines are. Now that your new flyer has become one of the strongest companies in the surrounding countries, everyone has already approved of magic machines. You don't need to worry as much as you did in the beginning. Compared to those new small chambers of commerce, the strength of the established chambers of commerce is undoubtedly much stronger. If you seek to cooperate with them, the assistance you will receive and the possibility of success will naturally be much greater. He knit his brows and thought for a bit before slowly letting out a sigh. Cruz, you're right. I was influenced by my own thinking and almost went down the wrong path. Thank you for reminding me. He lowered his head to pick up the letters he threw on the table and seriously looked at them before putting them away. Seeing him do this, President Cruz let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he had finally convinced Now he could finally report back to his old friends. He suddenly glanced at President Cruz and asked, after talking for so long, Cruz, your Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce is also an old company. Are you really not interested in magic machines? No. Cruz waved his hand and answered with unusual firmness. I've always believed in one principle. If you want to succeed in something, you have to be focused. Our Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce has always been in the construction industry and will always be in this industry. Besides, where do I have the time to think about it? You've just given me a huge task that's going to tire me to death. He smiled faintly. Of course it's tiring, but it's too much to call it a task. If this plan is completed, there is no need to mention how many gold coins your Omrit Chamber of Commerce will earn. The more important thing is that I am certain that your Omrit Chamber of Commerce will become a famous company on the Signs continent. Haven't you always dreamed of establishing the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce as a first-class company in the Signs? Now is the perfect opportunity. President Cruz rolled his eyes. Before realizing my dream, I should pray that I won't die of exhaustion. Okay, instead of complaining over there, it's better to come over and discuss with me how to implement this plan. You've been sitting for half an hour. You should rest enough. He waved at President Cruz and came over to the huge map hanging on the wall. President Cruz could only roll his eyes and come over. The map on the wall was a map of the signs that he had specially placed in the living room of his manor. Whether it was the lines or the markings on it, it was much clearer than normal maps, and one could even find the names of the small villages on it. But on this map, there were 3 very conspicuous thick red lines that came from the bottom left corner, almost running through the entire map. Chairman Cruz's gaze swept across, and he raised his hand and fixed it on the red line at the top. This red line started at the main base of the new flyer in the Principality of Constantine. After it came out, it went north through the Black Rice Wasteland before turning northeast into the Lampari Kingdom. It passed through Banta City and Anvilmar City before leaving Seoul City and entering the Drake Duchy. Then it continued northeast, passing through the Frankish Kingdom before finally entering the Malar Empire. There were no more signs in the Malar Empire, which meant that this road would stop here for now. This road to the Malar Empire is easy to deal with since the Lampari Kingdom and the Drake Duchy are easy to deal with. The Frankish Kingdom has a good cooperation with your new flyer, so it shouldn't be a problem to convince them. But the other 2 roads will be very difficult. President Cruz's finger moved to the 2 red lines that were a bit lower. The red line in the middle came from a main base of the new flyer, but it went east into the Kingdom of Ruhr before turning north into the Mirando Duchy. Then it went east into the Norton Duchy before turning northeast into the Canla Empire. Let's talk about the middle one. The Kingdom of Ruhr and the Mirando Duchy aren't a problem. Although the Norton Duchy has always been at odds with your new flyer, it is only a small duchy, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with them. But the Canla Empire situation is very complicated. Not mentioning anything else, you had that Ambassador Hakkinen try to build the first road after he came back, and he managed to do it. But our company has been building it for over a year, and this road that is less than 500 kilometers in length has never been finished. Do you know why? Chapter 786. Seeing Chairman Cruz's indignant face, Sue-E could only give a bitter smile. When Ambassador Hakkinen obtained the approval to build the road, Sue-E was very happy. He felt that he had finally knocked on the doors of the Kanla Empire, letting them realize the convenience of the road. It would affect the Kanla Empire just like it did the Lampari Kingdom. However, he never would have thought that when the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce was laying down the road in the Kanla Empire's southwest province, they would encounter all kinds of strange obstructions. The main problem was that the efficiency of the officials in the southwest province of the Kanla Empire was very low. It took them a long time just to take a small piece of land, causing the construction period to be greatly delayed. Moreover, the corruption of these officials was very serious. According to Chairman Cruz, in just the first half year, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had to pay an extra 300,000 gold coins, which was almost half of the estimated cost of this road. Moreover, most of the actual investment for this road came from a new flyer, and a small part came from the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. The Kanla Empire didn't pay a single copper coin, but in the end they had to enjoy all the benefits of this road. For the new flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce, this was a very bad business. This made Chairman Cruz feel dissatisfied with the Kanla Empire. However, this road was already half finished and it had a great significance, so no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Sue-E thought about it before helplessly patting Chairman Cruz's shoulder and comforting him. After all, this is the first road. Endure it for now. As long as this road is finished, I don't believe that the Kanla Empire won't discover the benefits this road brings them. As long as they want to continue building roads in the future, they will definitely look for your Chamber of Commerce. At that time, you can get back at them for all the grievances you have suffered on this road. President Cruz coldly snorted, "I'm not as optimistic as you. In my opinion, the Kanla Empire is rotten from the bones to the skin. Even if they can recognize the convenience brought by the roads, we may not be able to reap any benefits in the end." Sue-E narrowed his eyes slightly as a sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be up to them to choose. President Cruz looked at Sue-E in surprise. He sensed a dangerous aura from Sue-Yi's words. But where did this aura come from? The Kanla Empire was one of the two largest empires in the signs. Sue-E couldn't possibly be so bold as to think of doing something to the Kanla Empire, right? Sue-E waved his hand and stopped this topic. He stretched out his finger and tapped on the red line at the bottom. Actually, compared to the road that runs through the Kanla Empire, I feel that this road that connects the southernmost part of the continent will be much more difficult. Cruz, do you feel confident? Cruz glanced at the red line that extended from the Principality of Constantine, along the southern part of the signs on the map, near the edge of the endless sea, all the way to the east, and finally reached the east coast of the continent with a bitter smile. I say, Sue, I thought that the guy from the Nosdorma Business Union Kingdom was just imagining things. I didn't think that you would actually take it seriously. Did you forget what I said last time? In theory, it is completely possible to build a road that runs through the east and west of the continent, but the biggest problem is that the amount of money needed is too large. Didn't I calculate with you last time? If you want to build this road, the total investment will exceed 50 million gold coins. How much money is that? Even if we sell our 2 chambers of commerce, we won't be able to take out that much money. That's why I said last time that I don't expect this project to be completed in 1 or 2 years. Sue-E shrugged. And the 3 roads that I'm planning to run through the continent can't be completed in a short period of time. If I have to prioritize, I hope to build this road first. Seeing Sue-Yi's finger tap on the red line at the top, President Cruz let out a sigh of relief. Looks like you haven't really gone crazy. That's right, compared to other roads, this road has the most hope of being completed. Whether it is the Principality of Constantine, the Lampari Kingdom, or the Drake Duchy, they all have a road network. We only need to pave the road in the Fok Kingdom. As for the Malar Empire, it depends on the cooperation between you and the Malar Empire. Looking at President Cruz's questioning gaze, Sue-E smiled and nodded. I have confidence in Marquis of Southgard. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a message from him soon. I hope so. After discussing the traffic routes of the three plans for a while, Chairman Cruz said goodbye to Zhang Tai and left. After Su Yi sent him off, he returned to the map and stared at it for a long time. Then he took out a pen and tapped on the new flight commerce main base. It extended westward and drew a blue line into the endless ocean, then southward, bypassing the Principality of Constantine, the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the southern waters of the Kanla Empire. Finally, it connected to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom on the east coast. The port of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had been built for more than 5 months. During this time, the New Flyers transport fleet could make a round trip once a month. So far, they had completed 5 successful cargo shipments and officially established a sea transportation route connecting the southwest and southeast coasts of Signs. It was just too difficult to build the Southern Signs Road that President Cruz had said was impossible. So currently, the most reliable transport route connecting the east and west coast of the continent was this sea route. Through these 5 shipments, the New Flyer had sent large amounts of people and materials to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. They had already successfully built the cement processing factory and steel mill in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. According to the plan, these factories would be finished by the beginning of next year. When that time came, with the manpower that the New Flyer would invest, they would be able to build a production base in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. They would strive to promote magic machines in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. Before this production base was built, the New Flyer hadn't been idle. They had sent large amounts of agricultural and engineering magic machines to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom through their transport fleet, as well as the popular household magic machines. Accordingly, the New Flyer had obtained large amounts of local herbs and animal furs from the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. After shipping them back to the Principality of Constantine and selling them to the surrounding countries, they had earned a large amount. In just 5 shipments, the New Flyer had earned a large profit of over 2 million gold coins. So among the high-level members of the New Flyer, they had already called this sea transport route the Golden Sea Route. Looking over the map, Su Yi put his pen on the new flight commerce main base and drew another line to the west into the endless seas. This time, he drew this line to the north, passing through the Black Rice Wasteland, the Sac Kingdom's western seas, and then the Alas Kingdom in the northeast corner of the continent, entering the northern seas of the continent. But when he drew this line, Su Yi paused before stopping and slightly knitting his brows. Although Su Yi had never been to the northernmost country of the Signs continent, according to the records of various books, the northernmost part of the continent was very cold in winter. Even the endless seas were covered in a thick layer of ice that one couldn't see the end of, so it was impossible to sail on the sea. So this sea route couldn't be as smooth as the southern sea route. After thinking about it, Su Yi's hand moved slightly and drew a line to the east of the northern seas, finally stopping at the northernmost part of the continent. This was the northern coast of the Malar Empire, so if he could expand the sea route here, he could establish a sea route to the Malar Empire. There was no doubt that it would be more convenient to increase the connection between the New Flyer and the Malar Empire. After looking over the Malar Empire's vast territory on the map, Su Yi turned to the northeast corner of the continent. He drew another line from the northern coast of the Malar Empire to the east, reaching the northeast corner of the continent before continuing south, finally entering the southeast corner of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom, connecting it to the southern sea route. Like this, it was equal to using a blue sea route to surround the entire continent. In theory, the New Flyer could transport its goods to any of the coastal countries on the continent just by relying on sea transport. Of course, in reality, most of the countries on the Signs weren't coastal at all. If he wanted to promote the New Flyer's products to every inch of land on the continent, it was far from enough to rely on sea transport. And this was the main reason why Su Yi wanted to lay down 3 transport routes that connected the entire continent. However, it was too difficult to lay down these 3 roads. Apart from the most crucial problem of funding, the biggest obstacle was actually the attitude of the other countries. Su Yi was confident that he could get the Fok Kingdom to agree to the northernmost route, but he wasn't completely sure about the Malar Empire's attitude towards this matter. And with the current performance of the Canla Empire, the prospects of the Canla Empire in the middle weren't optimistic. Could it be that this huge empire is really as rotten as Cruz said? Sui frowned as he looked at the Canla Empire on the map, which had a territory much larger than the Malar Empire, and couldn't help but sigh softly. At this moment, a series of light footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, waking Sui up. He turned around and saw Teresa's little head poking in from outside the door with a cautious expression on her face. Seeing that Sui happened to look over, Teresa shrank back like a frightened rabbit. After a while, she hesitantly reappeared. Sui narrowed his eyes and sized her up. He smiled and said, "Come in." Chapter 787. Teresa slowly came in like a scared little rabbit. She looked at Sui, and after hesitating a bit, she asked in a soft voice, "Sir Chairman, do you have time now?" What is it?" Sui asked back. If you have time, can you come to the research center to take a look? Master Camby and the others. They're about to fight." Sui thought that a person like Teresa would come looking for him for something else, but he never thought that she would talk about something like this. Camby and the others are about to fight? With who? Why? Sui asked with a look of surprise. With Master Donorman and Master Bordeaux. Teresa lowered her head and replied. Teresa lowered her head. They were arguing about the magic cannon, and no one was willing to give up, so they're arguing very fiercely. When I left, they almost made a move. Those fellows really are. Sui helplessly shook his head. Camby and the other dwarves worked seriously, had excellent skills, and weren't afraid of working hard. Moreover, they were very passionate about their research, so they could be considered perfect researchers. But they all had a common problem, which was that they all had the fiery temper of the dwarves. This fiery temper was fine normally, but it was hard to avoid having different opinions during the research process. Therefore, when they argued, it was easy to explode. Because of this, the dwarven engineers of the New Flyers Magic Machine Development Center had argued quite a bit before even directly fighting. Although they were very careful and didn't cause any fatal injuries, forgetting about it after fighting, so it didn't affect their cooperation. However, Sui had to clean up after them each time, which was a very troublesome matter. "All right, I'll be right there." Sui looked around and tidied up a bit before having Teresa leave with him. When they came out of the hall, Teresa looked at the map hanging on the wall, and a trace of doubt appeared in her eyes. Sui noticed her gaze and just revealed a smile. He didn't say anything as he quickly walked out. The Magic Machine Development Center was a bit far from Sui's private manor. If it was just Sui alone, he could directly use the transport magic to teleport over, but now that he had Teresa, he couldn't do this. So he brought Teresa to his magic sedan parked in a yard and had her sit in it. When the two were in the magic sedan, Sui suddenly thought of a problem. "By the way, Teresa, how did you get here? And why are you the one looking for me? Where's Famine? Why isn't she here?" The Fama that Sui mentioned was the manager of the New Flyers Magic Machine Development Center. She was mainly responsible for the various administrative matters of the Magic Machine Development Center and didn't participate in the development work. According to the engineers in the R&D Center, Fama was their nanny and housekeeper. When Camby's group quarreled, if they couldn't suppress it, it was Fama who came to ask Sui for help. Manager Fama's granddaughter was born yesterday, so she took a few days off. Teresa replied, "Oh, I remember now." Sui nodded before looking at Teresa, waiting for her reply. Teresa was looked down by Sui, and her face turned a bit red. She lowered her head again, and after a while, she replied in a soft voice, "I saw that no one could stop Master Camby's group, so I thought that I should ask you for help. They are all very busy, and I felt that I hadn't seen Sir Chairman in a long time, so I ran over." Seeing Teresa's ears turn red from shyness, Sui revealed a faint smile. He didn't ask anything else as he started the magic sedan and charged out of the manor. When the magic sedan was 2 kilometers away from the main road, Teresa slowly recovered. She looked up at Sui with a focused look. "What are you looking at?" Sue noticed her gaze and asked this with a smile. Teresa quickly turned her face to the side. No, nothing. Teresa didn't speak, but Sue took the initiative to ask. Speaking of this, Teresa, you've been working in the military magic machine department of the Magic Machine Development Center for close to a year now, right? I still haven't asked you yet. How do you feel working during this time? Hearing that Sue was concerned about her, Teresa revealed a sweet smile and replied, "Many thanks for Sir Chairman's concern. I've had a very fulfilling time during this time. The colleagues of the Development Center have been very good to me and care about me, so I've been very happy with them." Is that so? I've heard Evita say that you often look for her to discuss military magic machine research. It seems like you're working very hard. A strange look that was hard to notice quickly appeared on Teresa's face as she said with a nod, I want to contribute more to the company, so I have to work harder. Chief Evita has been very good to me. She has helped me a lot. This is what she should do as the chief, so I've privately asked her to help you a bit more." Sue suddenly gave a sigh. "But Teresa, you want to develop military magic machines this much. Could it be that it's really because of your father, Viscount Doran Carrot?" The smile on Teresa's face instantly disappeared. She lowered her head in silence for a bit before looking up again with a determined look on her face. "Yes, Sir Chairman. My father and my entire family were destroyed by those despicable nobles of the Sack Kingdom. I am his only daughter, so I must take revenge for them. But have you ever thought of a problem? Even if you work hard to develop military magic machines, you might not be able to use them against the nobles of the Sack Kingdom. Actually, the military magic machines that you personally developed might be sent to the nobles of the Sack Kingdom that you hate." Sue said. Teresa was stunned. She couldn't help opening her eyes wide as she asked Sue with a look of disbelief, "Sir Chairman, are you joking? Could it be that you're planning on selling military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom? Haven't you always hated the Sack Kingdom?" "I just don't like the Sack Kingdom because they worked with Duke Wine to attack our company. But if it's hatred, that isn't enough. In the end, I'm a merchant and our new flyer is a company. As long as the conditions are right, we can sell our products to anyone. Don't you think?" Teresa looked at Sue in a daze for a while as complicated emotions filled her eyes. Finally, she gritted her teeth and lowered her head again, not saying a thing. Sue looked at her, and his lips curled into a smile of deep meaning as he continued to ask, "Are you very disappointed?" Teresa slowly shook her head and remained silent. "Teresa, I understand your feelings and sympathize with your situation. But you have to understand that I am the New Flyers chairman. I have to consider the benefits of the company. If working with the Sack Kingdom can bring enough benefits to the New Flyer, I don't mind letting go of the grudge between us. As for your personal wishes, although it's heartless to say this, I can only say that it isn't important." Teresa lowered her head even more, finally burying her head in her knees. Her legs were bent, and her hands were wrapped around them. Her back was slightly trembling as she let out soft sobs. Sue looked at her with a strange smile on his lips, but his voice became even gentler as he said in a soft voice, "Actually, Teresa, don't you think that the one you want to take revenge on is wrong? The one who persecuted your father, Viscount Doran Carlo, and your family isn't the entire Sack Kingdom. It's just Count Oziel, right? Why do you have to target the entire Sack Kingdom?" Teresa suddenly looked up with tears in her eyes, but the surprise in her eyes couldn't be hidden at all. Sir Chairman, you know?" Sue gave a shrug. "Of course, after hearing about what happened to you, I asked people to investigate this matter. According to the report, your father and family were framed by Count Oziel, so of course the crime of treason was fake. Actually, in the Sack Kingdom, your father has already been rehabilitated and his reputation has been restored. You've been here for several years, so you don't know about this." Teresa trembled and her expression changed several times before she asked in a trembling voice, "Sir Chairman, since you already knew, why didn't you tell me? I only confirmed this last month, and because I was busy, I never had a chance to tell you." Sue said with a shrug. Teresa looked at Sue with a helpless look. Sue said with a sigh, "Teresa, actually, it doesn't matter if you want to return to the Sack Kingdom now. Your father's reputation has been restored, and Count Oziel, who persecuted your father and family, has been imprisoned by the Sack Kingdom. So you can take over your father's title after you go back and live a normal life in your hometown. Are you willing to go back? Teresa was stunned for a moment before she slowly shook her head. No, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back to that place that hurts me. Teresa suddenly trembled after saying this. She looked at Sue E and anxiously asked, Sir Chairman, are you chasing me away? Of course not. Sue E waved his hand. If you're willing, you can stay here for as long as you want. Teresa let out a sigh of relief, and her body relaxed. She lowered her head to think for a bit before looking up and seriously looking at Sue E with a determined look. Sir Chairman, there was a sharp turn in front, and Sue E was focused on driving, so he didn't turn to look at her. But after a while, he suddenly felt his right hand being grabbed by a pair of soft hands. It was raised up and pressed down on something soft. Gee! The sound of brakes suddenly rang out and spread far and wide. Chapter 788. The Sack Kingdom wants to buy military magic machines from us. Kennard looked at Sue E with a confused look. Sir Chairman, could it be that the Sack Kingdom contacted you in private? No, this is just my guess. Sue E shook his head. Guess. Kennard knit his brows. First, let's not talk about how you guessed this. Even if the Sack Kingdom really made this request, could it be that you're really planning on selling the military magic machines to them? Why not? Sue E said with a smile. Our company's production of military magic machines can already satisfy the needs of the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr. So in order to expand the market, of course we need to find new buyers, right? But the Sack Kingdom is our Lampari Kingdom's enemy. Not to mention that they worked with Count Wine to attack our company. Could it be that you don't mind at all? Kennard looked at Sue E, feeling very strange. With his understanding of Sue E, he knew that Sue E wasn't a merchant who only cared about money, not caring about anything else for benefits. The Sack Kingdom and the Lampari Kingdom were enemies. So because the New Flyer had always supported the Lampari Kingdom, they shouldn't support the Sack Kingdom. Otherwise, they would be stepping on two boats. Moreover, when the Sack Kingdom worked with Count Wine to attack the New Flyer, the situation was very dangerous. If it wasn't for Sue E leading the New Flyer guards to counterattack, the New Flyer might have suffered heavy losses. With Sue Yi's personality, not fighting back against the Sack Kingdom was already because they weren't strong enough. How could he take the initiative to sell the military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom and strengthen the Sack Kingdom? Seeing Kennard, who didn't hide his doubt, Sue E patted his shoulder with a smile. Relax, this decision was made after discussing it with Her Majesty 70 last time. It was approved and supported by the Lampari Kingdom, so you don't need to worry that the Lampari Kingdom will blame our company for this. Kennard was even more doubtful. New Flyer selling military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom was actually supported by Her Majesty 70? Her Majesty, just what was she thinking? Don't think too much, you just need to deal with it normally. Sue E said. If nothing unexpected happens, the Sack Kingdom will soon send someone to contact us and make a request to buy military magic machines. Because I'll be going on a trip in a few days, I'll leave this matter to you. You just need to remember a few things. Hearing Sue E talk about business, Kennard's expression immediately became serious. Sir Chairman, please give your orders. First, we can sell military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom, but we can't sell any kind of military magic machines to them. Of course. Kennard nodded in agreement. Even for the Lampari Kingdom, we haven't sold the most advanced military magic machines to them. Of course, there are more restrictions on the Sack Kingdom. As for what to sell to them, you'll listen to Chief Evita's arrangements. Chief Evita? Kennard was surprised again. Although Chief Evita was the chief of the Academy of Magic and was in charge of all the magic machine research for the company, she wasn't that involved in military magic machines. Moreover, she rarely participated in the company's decisions. So why did Sir Chairman put her in charge this time? But Sue E didn't explain, so Kennard naturally couldn't ask. Second, we can't sell too many military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom the first time. It can't exceed 1 million gold coins. Isn't that a bit too little? Kennard couldn't help asking. 1 million gold coins can't buy that many military magic machines. It can't even equip an entire regiment. I'm afraid the Sack Kingdom won't agree. That isn't up to them. It's already good that we're willing to sell to them. Do they have the right to choose? If they want to buy, then buy. If they don't want to, then forget it. He gave a cold snort. In short, when you discuss with them, just set this number. As for how to arrange it, you'll have to discuss it with Chief Evita. Kennard couldn't help smiling. Sir Chairman's words really were domineering. But the military magic machines could only be made by New Flyer. So even if Sir Chairman was domineering, the Sack Kingdom could only pinch their noses and accept it. Third, only sell the products, not the technology. If the Sack Kingdom asks for the military magic machine technology, firmly reject them and don't give them any room to discuss. Kennard looked at Sui in confusion, thinking that this was natural. Not to mention the Sack Kingdom. Even the Lampuri Kingdom that was the closest to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce had only given them the lowest level military magic machine manufacturing technology. The other technology was also tightly sealed, so how could they reveal it to the Sack Kingdom? This time Sui gave an explanation, but this explanation shocked Kennard. Don't be surprised by my deliberate request this time. Maybe after a while, we might really have to discuss technical issues with them. Hashtag. After explaining everything to Kennard, Sui left the CEO's office and headed to the Academy of Magic's headquarters. When he came to the door of the chief's private lab, it was like history repeating itself. The door was suddenly opened, and Teresa came out. The two looked at each other and were both stunned. After a while, there was a clear blush that covered Teresa's face, not even letting go of her neck. Sui's face was also a bit red, and he looked a bit awkward. His right hand that was at his waist couldn't help twitching, as if he was still thinking about the softness he had touched the night before. What surprised Sui was that although Teresa's neck was red, she didn't run away like a normal girl. Rather, she forced herself to look up, and her body couldn't help trembling, but she still looked at Sui and didn't look away. After looking at each other like this for a while, Teresa pursed her red lips and said in a low voice, "Sir Chairman, have you considered it?" Sui was stunned, not knowing how to respond for a while. Teresa had already asked this question the night before, and he couldn't answer back then. Now that 2 days had passed, he still couldn't find an answer. Actually, if it were any other man, such as Teresa, who was extremely beautiful and had a delicate temperament, who would always make people want to protect her, he would probably have agreed long ago. But Sui wasn't like this. He knew much more about Teresa than Teresa thought. After thinking for a bit, Sui gave a sigh and shook his head. "Sorry, Teresa, I haven't thought about it yet." Teresa's expression wasn't that disappointed. She just gave a slight nod and said in a low voice, "All right, Sir Chairman, I will wait for you to think about it." After saying this, she even revealed a sweet smile to Sui before passing by him. Watching her leave, Sui gave a bitter laugh and turned to head back into the lab. "Sir Chairman, actually I've always felt that you don't need to go through all this trouble." Evita looked at Sui, who came in, and after hesitating a bit, she said, "As long as you keep blocking the Sack Kingdom and don't sell them any military magic machines, I think that not long after, the Lampari Kingdom will be far stronger and can easily defeat the Sack Kingdom. Why do you need to prepare all these things? Things aren't as simple as you think." Sui shook his head. "You don't know this, but I've received information from the Lampari Kingdom a long time ago. It says that the Lampari Kingdom has been secretly smuggling military magic machines, and their target is the Sack Kingdom. It's just a small part of the smuggling. It shouldn't be a problem, right?" Evita said, "If you want to equip the Sack Kingdom's army, it isn't realistic to rely on smuggling. Of course, it isn't possible to rely on smuggling, but it isn't a problem to let the Sack Kingdom obtain the military magic machines produced by our company and then use them for research." Evita was stunned. "You mean, the Sack Kingdom is studying the military magic machines of our company and grasping the technology related to the military magic machines?" "Right, there is a special term for this. It's called reverse engineering." Sui thought of something fun, and he couldn't help revealing a smile. "Evita, You should be clear that the low-end military magic machines produced by our company don't have that much technology, so it's very easy to grasp the principles behind them. So even if we don't sell it to them, I believe that the Sac Kingdom will be able to develop it themselves through reverse engineering. I don't think so. Evita shook her head. Evita shook her head. Perhaps the principles behind our company's low-end military magic machines are very simple. But even if you know the principles, it's very hard to make the same ones. This is because not only does it require high-quality steel and other materials, it also requires very fine and precise processing. Like you said before, this requires a complete magic machine industry to support it. The Sac Kingdom can't even make a single screw right now, so how can they copy the military magic machines? Your words are very reasonable, but if the Sac Kingdom doesn't care about the cost of their research, they might not be able to make the same military magic machines, but they should be able to make a lower quality one. As for the screw you mentioned, in the magic machine project that our company signed with the Sac Kingdom before, we have already designed a few, so they will have a foundation in technology soon. Evita slightly knit her brows. Sir Chairman, you should have already expected this. So why did you still do this? Because I did it on purpose. He laughed. Evita gave a laugh. Instead of letting the Sac Kingdom secretly develop it, it's better for me to take the initiative to help them. That way it's easier for them to fall under my control, right? Evita looked at Sue-E with sparkling eyes before suddenly saying, Sir Chairman, do you also include Teresa? Sue-E was stunned. After thinking about it, he found that no matter what he said, it wouldn't be good. He could only give an awkward smile and turn his face away. Chapter 789. The waves surged, and the Jasmine ship was slightly swaying on the surface of the sea. Leslie firmly stood on the deck, not moving at all. Now, he was no longer the rookie who vomited all over the floor when he boarded a ship for the first time. After nearly 2 years at sea, he had fully adapted to life on the sea, and even fell deeply in love with this kind of life. If the current him were to return to Anvil Mars City, those noble madams and young misses who screamed at him before wouldn't be able to recognize him. Of course, those noble madams and young misses screamed for him because of his identity as the successor of the Stag family. But now that the Stag family had disappeared from the history of the Lampari Kingdom, he as the successor had lost this most dazzling halo. But Leslie didn't feel that this was a pity at all. He was already tired of living the life of a noble young master, and now that he was living on the sea, he had found excitement that he had never thought of before. It made it harder and harder for him to leave this kind of life. Sir, I've received Sir Chairman's message. The adjutant on the frigate suddenly ran over with a black, hideous-looking second-generation magic communicator in his hand. Oh, this means that they aren't far from here. Leslie took the magic communicator and shouted, Hey, Sue-E, where are you now? Sue-E's laughter came from the magic communicator. I say, Leslie, are you talking nonsense? The magic signal tower on your ship has a range of less than 4 kilometers. Where do you think we can go? I'm asking for your specific location. Do you want us to go and greet you? We should be to the northwest. There's no need to greet us. Just head to Yala Harbor, and we'll meet outside. All right. Leslie turned to give the order to the adjutant. Send down the order. We're heading to Yala Harbor. The adjutant left after receiving this order. After a while, seeing the new Flyer Guard ships heading towards Yala Harbor, Leslie said in an emotional voice into the magic communicator, Sue-E, I have to say, this mobile magic signal tower really is easy to use. With this thing, the command center will be much simpler. We won't have to leave it up to fate like before. This thing isn't as useful as you think. Its effective range is currently less than 4 kilometers. Beyond that, you won't be able to contact it. But when there are no problems with the tests on your Jasmine ship, I will install the same magic signal towers on the other ships. That way, as long as you train them properly, you'll be able to disperse them. In theory, you only need 20 frigates to cover an area of 100 square kilometers. Really? That would be great. On the endless ocean, the most troublesome thing was communication. It's fine if it's near the islands where we set up bases, but once it's too far away, there's really nothing we can do. Leslie paused before suddenly lowering his voice and asking, "Hey, Sue-E, have you considered this problem this time? If we can cover the entire sea with that communication network you mentioned, it'll be much easier for us to control it." Sue-E's soft laugh came from the other side of the magic communicator. "Relax, I've already prepared it." "That's good." The frigate quickly moved across the endless ocean, and soon they saw a black line representing land in front of them. At this time, in the sky to the left, there were two dark clouds that were flying over at strange speeds, quickly stopping above the New Flyers Guard fleet. Leslie looked up before connecting to the magic communicator in his hand again. "Hey, Sue, you're not planning on coming down?" "No need. We'll just fly over like this." Leslie looked up at the two magic airships flying in the sky, and his lips curled into a strange smile. "Hey, is this a demonstration?" In the magic airship above them, Sue-E turned off the magic communicator in his hand and turned to look at a collie who was focused on recording. After a while, when she stopped, he asked, "What's the situation?" A collie rubbed her sore hand and slightly knit her brows. "The magic signal isn't too stable. There are clear fluctuations in the quality of the communication." I noticed it just now." "Then why is there this problem?" A collie knit her brows to think for a bit before spreading her hands and saying with a sigh, "I can't come to a detailed conclusion for now. But according to the previous situation, there should be a powerful magic wave being released by a nearby magic source, which affected the magic wave coming from the magic signal tower and the magic communicator. It could also be because the frigate is moving at high speeds and the environment is changing, causing the magic signal to be unstable." It's possible. But if we're talking about the influence of the environment on land is clearly more complicated than the environment on the sea. Since you can take care of it on land, I believe that there shouldn't be a problem on the sea. A collie looked up and flicked her beautiful shoulder-length hair as she said with a proud look, "Of course, don't you know who I am?" Sue-E laughed before heading into the cockpit. This time, there was no Evita in the cockpit of the magic airship, because she was still in the main base preparing to sell the military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom with Kennard. So she had only sent her research team that was in charge of researching the magic airship. Sue-E simply asked them about the situation of the newly built magic airship behind them. After confirming that there were no accidents on the way, he returned to the middle cabin and patiently waited. Although they could see the black line that represented land in the distance, it was actually very far away. The two magic airships were following the New Flyers Guard fleet in the sky. The 10 guard ships were moving at 40 kilometers an hour, but it took them over half an hour to reach land. Seeing the Kamla Empire flag and the Kamla Empire Navy flag fluttering in the wind, Sue-E ordered the two magic airships to prepare to land. When the 10 guard ships arrived at Yala Harbor, the two magic airships slowly landed in the open space of Yala Harbor. When the hatch opened and Sue-E came out, he saw Russell leading a group of people over. Although he had a warm smile on his face, if one looked carefully, they would find that Russell's eyes were slightly narrowed. The meaning in his eyes was completely different from the expression on his face. "Chairman Sue, welcome." Russell came over to greet Sue. Although his tone wasn't cold, it wasn't warm at all. Sue-E naturally knew why Russell had this kind of attitude, so he didn't mind at all. Rather, he warmly took Russell's hand and shook it as he said with a laugh, "Sir Russell, being able to meet you in the Kamla Empire really makes me very happy." The forced smile on Russell's face froze. He let go of Sue-E's hand and made an inviting gesture. "Chairman Sue, please come in and sit." "All right." Sue-E led Russell into Yala Harbor with a smile. Looking around, his eyes fell onto the Yala Harbor, and he pointed at a white New Flyer Guard ship with the Kamla Empire's flag as he asked, "Sir Russell, this guard ship has been serving your country's navy during this time. I wonder if you are satisfied with it?" Hearing this question, the expressions of Russell and the Kamla Empire's navy officers behind them all changed. Russell turned to take a deep look at Sue-E before slowly nodding. "Chairman Sue, are you doing this on purpose?" "On purpose? What on purpose?" Sue-E asked back in surprise. Russell heavily snorted. "Chairman Sue, you clearly know that we invited you here to discuss the maintenance of the guard ship, Yet you come here to ask this kind of question. Are you deliberately criticizing us? Although New Flyer had signed an agreement with the Kamla Empire's navy to sell them 3 guard ships, it would take at least next year for the 3 guard ships to be completed. And Russell was eager to prove to the Empire's navy and military that his insistence on purchasing the guard ships was correct. Therefore, after discussing with New Flyer, they decided to first transfer one of the guard ships from New Flyer's guard ships to the Kamla Empire's navy for use, which was the one in front of them. After this guard ship entered service with the Kamla Empire's navy, it performed well for the first few months, but it suddenly became unusable last month. The Kamla Empire's navy couldn't solve the problem, so they could only ask for help from New Flyer. Although New Flyer had sent people to solve it, not long after, a similar problem occurred. This time, after the magic ship engineers sent by New Flyer checked it, they didn't hesitate to point out to the Kamla Empire's navy that they normally didn't maintain the guard ship properly, which was why there were so many problems with the guard ship. The Kamla Empire's navy was helpless, and after discussing it, they could only invite New Flyer to discuss the maintenance of the guard ship. This was to prevent similar problems from occurring after the other 2 guard ships were delivered. He quickly waved his hand. No, I didn't mean this at all. Sir Russell, I'm just asking if you're satisfied with the performance of this frigate during this period of time. Is there any aspect that you feel is lacking? This is just a normal request. Don't misunderstand. Hearing this explanation, the expressions of Russell and the Kamla Empire's navy officers behind him relaxed. Russell turned to point at a young officer who wasn't even 40 years old and said, "This morning light guard ship has been under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Nolan during this time. Lieutenant Colonel Nolan, tell Chairman Sue about your experience with the morning light during this time." Chapter 790. Lieutenant Colonel Nolan nodded and looked at the Kamla Empire's flag in the distance. His face was filled with praise as he said, "Chairman Sue, I have to admit that your Sheenfei Chamber of Commerce's corvette is too easy to use. During this period of time, I commanded it to gallop back and forth on the endless sea. It's many times better than those old wooden boats." Hearing Lieutenant Colonel Nolan talking about the advantages of the corvette, Russell and the others all knit their brows. Seeing that Lieutenant Colonel Nolan had no intention of stopping, Russell suddenly coughed heavily. "We easily caught up to those pirates, and then easily..." Lieutenant Colonel Nolan's voice suddenly stopped, and he turned to look at Russell. His heart quivered as he suddenly understood. He quickly gave a cough and gave an awkward smile to Sue before continuing. "Of course, Chairman Sue, if you want to talk about the shortcomings of the corvette, there are some." "Oh, please tell me." Lieutenant Colonel Nolan hesitated a bit before saying in a somewhat awkward voice, "The other aspects of the corvette are very good, but there is a very serious problem, which is that it consumes too much. Look, for every 100 kilometers we sail on the sea, we need to use at least 2 tons of magic crystals. Like this, we need to set aside a large amount of space in the warehouse to store the magic crystals. Adding in the fact that the amount of magic crystals on the corvette is limited, the range isn't ideal. You have to know, if we used wooden boats before, we could go as far as we wanted. Before you could go far enough, the boat would collapse first." He rolled his eyes in his heart, but he still maintained a smile on his face as he said with a nod, This is indeed a problem. But Lieutenant Colonel Nolan, I think, you should be buying normal magic crystal from the market as a power source, right?" Lieutenant Colonel Nolan was stunned. "Is there a problem with that? Other than that, we didn't buy low-quality magic crystals. Rather, we bought the highest quality magic crystals that we could buy. Because of this, just last month alone, this morning light cost over 200 gold coins. Is that so?" He smiled as he turned to look at Russell. "Sir Russell, I remember that when we handed over this frigate, we also gave you a user manual. If I didn't remember incorrectly, it should be clearly written that this guard ship should use the high-concentration magic crystals produced by our New Flyer as a power source, and it's best not to use the normal magic crystals that are commonly seen on the market." Newman looked at Russell in shock. Sir Russell hadn't told him about this matter. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the so-called instruction manual. Russell's expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, There is indeed such an instruction manual, but this book has been left in the General Staff Department for research during this time, so I didn't give it to you." After saying this, he turned to Sue and gave a soft snort before continuing. "The reason for doing this is because this guard ship is in the hands of our Empire's Navy. It needs to adapt to our situation and can't do as your new flyer says." Sue couldn't help giving a cold laugh in his heart. This Russell seemed very willing to accept new things on the surface, even going as far as to persuade the Kanla Empire's Navy to buy 3 guard ships from the new flyer, but he was a very conservative fellow, saying that the guard ships needed to adapt to the situation of the Kanla Empire. He clearly hoped that the 3 guard ships wouldn't be affected by the new flyer and could be completely controlled by the Kanla Empire's Navy. But it was a pity that his idea was good, but it was completely wrong. The guard ships produced by the new flyer were far different from the wooden ships of the past. Compared to the traditions of the signs, this thing was an extremely advanced high-tech product. If the Kanla Empire's Navy still wanted to treat it like an ordinary ship, they would only be asking for trouble. The reason why he was invited here this time was because they played with the frigate until it couldn't be used. They had no choice but to ask him for help. Thinking of this, Su Yi's face turned cold as he sternly said, "Sir Russell, I must tell you very seriously that this guard ship is a high-tech product that is far beyond the understanding of you and your Navy. It isn't as simple as you think. If you use it according to the precautions we gave you, then it will definitely bring you a lot of help. But if you want to act on your own, then I can only say that you will bear the consequences." The faces of Russell and the Kanla Empire's Navy officers changed. Su Yi's words were simply mocking and threatening them. But now that the fact that the guard ship couldn't be used was in front of them, they couldn't refute it. And in the past few months, this guard ship had indeed shown incomparable performance. It had already completely convinced everyone in the Kanla Empire's Navy. It made the Empire's Navy firmly believe that the wooden ships of the past would inevitably be replaced by this new guard ship made of steel that was like a fortress on the sea. So even if they were dissatisfied with a new flyer, they were still forced to take the initiative to invite the new flyer to negotiate and work hard to promote a deeper cooperation between the two sides. Russell was silent for a moment with a sullen face. He took a light breath, and his face returned to normal. He made an inviting gesture to Su Yi. "Well, Chairman Su, let's sit down and have a good talk about these things. Please." Su Yi smiled faintly. As expected, they had to yield to reality in the end. The group entered the Kanla Empire's Navy barracks near the port and sat down in a spacious room that looked like a war room. Russell, as the host, introduced the various people on his side to Su Yi, and the two sides quickly got to the main topic. The main purpose of the Kanla Empire's Navy inviting Su Yi was, of course, to let the guard ship continue to operate smoothly and ensure that the Kanla Empire's Navy could smoothly use it in the future. To put it bluntly, this guard ship could be considered as an experiment. It would allow the Empire's Navy to learn how to operate this new guard ship as soon as possible so that the Empire's Navy could prepare for a comprehensive replacement of ships in the future. So the focus of the discussion was mainly on the follow-up maintenance of the guard ship. The Kanla Empire's Navy naturally hoped that new flyer could provide them with all the maintenance technology so that they could do their own maintenance without new flyer. However, Su Yi directly told them that it was impossible. The reason why he was this direct wasn't because New Flyer wasn't willing, but rather the main reason was that the Kanla Empire's Navy didn't have this condition at all. When it came to the maintenance of the guard ship, the most important problem was the replacement of damaged parts. But all the parts of the guard ship were made by New Flyer. Not to mention the Kanla Empire not having this condition. Even the Lampari Kingdom, with a strong magic machine industry, didn't have this condition. The special steel needed to make these parts could only be refined by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. So only the Frestec Chamber of Commerce knew how to make these parts. Even the corresponding magic machines were only owned by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. To put it simply, other than New Flyer, there wasn't a single company or organization that could solve this problem. So even if Su Yi was willing to give the follow-up maintenance to the Kanla Empire's Navy, they couldn't do it at all. Although the Kanla Empire's Navy wasn't convinced, they had to admit this fact. So after an intense discussion between both sides, the Kamla Empire's navy had no choice but to accept the solution proposed by New Flyer. That was that New Flyer would guarantee the maintenance of the Kamla Empire's guard ships, making sure that they could operate smoothly. So the Kamla Empire's navy had to pay quite a bit of maintenance fees to New Flyer. The daily maintenance fees were considered cheap, but the maintenance fees were a bit terrifying. For example, the reason why the guard ship in the harbor couldn't operate, according to the results of the engineers sent by New Flyer, it was because the Kamla Empire's navy didn't follow the instructions given by New Flyer when operating the guard ship. It exceeded the power output limit and caused the magic array to be damaged, so it couldn't operate anymore. The magic array was the core of the guard ship, so it was very serious if it had a problem. According to the evaluation of New Flyer, if they wanted to repair it, they would have to bring the guard ship back to New Flyer's shipyard in the Principality of Constantine. Because the Kamla Empire didn't have any conditions, they couldn't provide the environment needed to repair it at all. Like this, adding in the materials and manpower needed, the cost wasn't small. Su-yi represented New Flyer and unceremoniously asked the Kamla Empire's navy for a repair fee of 70,000 gold coins. Although the Kamla Empire's navy was extremely dissatisfied with this shocking cost, Su-yi didn't relent at all, so they could only pinch their noses and accept it in the end. In the end, New Flyer could choose not to repair it, but they could not use it. Looking at the Kamla Empire's navy officers, including Russell, who looked like they wanted to eat him alive, Su-yi smiled faintly and couldn't help but feel a little proud. When he agreed to sell the 3 guard ships to the Kamla Empire's navy for 50 gold coins and various other conditions, many of the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce objected because this price was too much of a loss. Even with the additional conditions, it was still too much of a loss. But Su-yi insisted on agreeing because he had already calculated today's situation. As long as the Kamla Empire's navy had a guard ship, they would definitely discover the incomparable advantages of the guard ship compared to the traditional wooden ships and would inevitably continue to use it. And as long as they used it, they would be forced to accept the conditions of a New Flyer's maintenance like today. Whether it was the Kamla Empire's navy or the guys in the Chamber of Commerce, they probably didn't know that compared to the one-off sale of this kind of thing, the maintenance was the most profitable part. Many of the technologically advanced Western countries on Earth were extremely skilled in this method, including many of the backward countries in China. And when it came to the signs, Su-yi naturally wouldn't hesitate to borrow it. Chapter 791. The negotiation between the New Flyer and the Kamla Empire Navy was, of course, not just a matter of the New Flyer satisfying the request of the Kamla Empire Navy. In fact, in this negotiation, solving the problem of the maintenance of the frigate was only the foundation. What really needed to be discussed was the request of the Kamla Empire Navy made by the New Flyer. According to the agreement signed between the two sides, the Kamla Empire Navy would purchase 3 frigates from the New Flyer at the price of 500,000 gold coins each. They had to satisfy the New Flyer with other related conditions. Otherwise, the gap of 1.5 million gold coins wouldn't be so easy to fill. After leaving behind their subordinates to discuss the details of the maintenance of the frigate, Russell led Su-yi to another room in the barracks. Here, waiting for Su-yi was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a kind smile on his face. His eyes emitted a light that represented shrewdness. He looked more like a businessman than a soldier. In fact, he was indeed a businessman. Chairman Su, this is the president of the Lavender Chamber of Commerce, Roberto Zenni. The middle-aged man immediately put on a warm smile, grabbed Su-yi's hand, and said with a smile, "Chairman Su, nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Don't mention it. Let's cooperate in the future. There's no need to take care of each other." Su-yi spoke politely while seriously sizing up Roberto Zenni. The Lavender Chamber of Commerce was quite famous in the Kamla Empire. Su-yi inquired about the first-rate chambers of commerce in the Kamla Empire that needed to be paid attention to, including the Lavender Chamber of Commerce. But he didn't expect that the Kamla Empire Navy was behind the Lavender Chamber of Commerce. But this wasn't strange. To be able to stand firm in the Kamla Empire, which Chamber of Commerce didn't have some power behind them. In Su Yi's opinion, the reason why the Lavender Chamber of Commerce did not become one of the most powerful chambers of commerce in the Kanla Empire was probably because they were dragged down by the Kanla Empire's navy. At least in Su Yi's opinion, the Kanla Empire's navy really didn't have any business acumen. Perhaps some individuals in the navy could make a lot of money, but it was far from enough to improve the situation of the Imperial Navy. Chairman Su, in fact, I have long been very interested in the various magic machine products of your Chamber of Commerce. Even without today's meeting, I would have taken the initiative to seek cooperation with Chairman Su sooner or later. Now, with Lord Russell's recommendation, it will be even more convenient. Su didn't respond enthusiastically to President Zenny's warm smile. After a moment of silence, he shook his head and bluntly said, "President Zenny, if you're here to discuss cooperation with me regarding magic machines, then I can only express my apologies." President Zenny and Russell were both startled. The two looked at each other, and Russell asked with a frown, "Chairman Su, what do you mean by this?" Su sighed and pointed outside the room. "Lord Russell, President Zenny, your subordinates are the Kanla Empires or even the entire signs. You don't want to make use of the endless sea outside, but only want to cooperate with our Chamber of Commerce in the field of magic machines. Don't you think this is too stingy?" President Zenny and Russell looked at each other with a puzzled expression. "Chairman Su, isn't your new flyer's main business in magic machines? If we don't cooperate with you in the field of magic machines, can we look for other partners?" Russell asked with a frown. No. You're mistaken. Of course, cooperation in the field of magic machines is what I look forward to the most. This is because I very much hope that our Chamber of Commerce's magic machines can be widely promoted in the Kanla Empire. This way, we can obtain a large market. This is what we were thinking about before. Chairman Su, why did you reject this idea? President Zenny asked with a puzzled expression. What I mean is that we don't have to limit ourselves to just selling our products in the Kanla Empire, right? According to what I said, the Lavender Chamber of Commerce's main business is all kinds of seafood. Am I right, President Zenny? Su asked back. President Zenny was slightly surprised. He thought that this was the first time Su knew about his Lavender Chamber of Commerce, but he didn't think that Su would actually say that their main business was seafood. It could be seen that he already had a certain understanding of the Lavender Chamber of Commerce. Yes, with the support of the Empire's navy, if we still don't know how to make use of the resources in the sea, then we would be too stupid. President Zenny replied with a smile. Yes, that's right. But President Zenny, in my opinion, you're not making use of it enough. The resources in the sea are almost endless, and what your Chamber of Commerce can use, I'm afraid it's not even 1/10,000th of it. President Zenny frowned. Chairman Su, after talking for so long, what do you mean? Su smiled, took out a map from his chest, and spread it out on the table. Russell and President Zenny looked at it and found that it was a map of the southern signs. After looking at it carefully, Russell's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The Empire's navy, of course, had a map of the southern seas, and it was far more detailed than the map sold on the market. But compared to the map that Su took out, the map in the Empire's Navy Staff Department was so crude that it was hard to look at it directly. President Zenny, your Lavender Chamber of Commerce's main business is seafood. Specifically, it's all kinds of marine fish, kelp, coral, and other things, right? President Zenny was more and more certain that Su must have investigated his Lavender Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so much about it. That's right, Chairman Su, what do you think? Oh, President Zenny, have you noticed that the seafood that your Chamber of Commerce currently sells is mainly in the coastal area? Seeing Su draw an arc on the sea not far from land on the map, President Zenny was puzzled. What's the problem? With the ability of the current fishermen, they can only fish so far from land at most. We can't let them go deeper into the sea. The deep sea is quite dangerous. How can a fisherman risk their lives? President Zenny suddenly paused and looked at Su in a daze. He suddenly thought of something. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce that Chairman Su was from Didn't they already invent a powerful ship made of steel that could travel several hundred kilometers in the deep sea? Ordinary fishermen didn't have the ability to go deep into the sea because the fishing boats they used weren't good enough. At most, they could only fish in the coastal area. Even the large wooden warships of the Kanla Empire Navy couldn't really go deep into the sea. So even if countless people knew that there were even more enticing resources in the deep sea, because of their limited abilities, they could only watch. But now that the powerful steel ships of the New Flyer could easily enter the deep sea, didn't that mean that the deep sea resources that they could only silently drool over before were now within reach? Thinking of this, President Zenny's breathing became faster as he looked at Sue-E with sparkling eyes. Seeing his reaction, Sue-E knew that he understood what he wanted to say. He pointed at the deep sea on the map with a smile and said to President Zenny, "Our New Flyer doesn't just produce large transport magic boats and guard ships for battle. We also produce deep-sea fishing magic boats for fishing." President Zenny, is your company interested in this thing? Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag 5 days later. The New Flyer delegation, led by Sue-E, ended their negotiations with the Kanla Empire Navy. According to the results of the negotiations, the New Flyer would be responsible for the maintenance of all the guard ships sold to the Kanla Empire Navy, guaranteeing that the Kanla Empire Navy could use these guard ships without worry. At the same time, the Kanla Empire Navy had confirmed New Flyer as their partner and would treat the New Flyer's guard fleet as an ally. They would give the New Flyer's guard fleet the right to travel freely in the Kanla Empire's seas. At the same time, they would open 3 ports in the southern part of the empire to the New Flyer's guard fleet for them to use. Other than this, the Kanla Empire Navy had also signed an agreement with the New Flyer to develop the southern seas of the Kanla Empire. First, they would set up magic signal towers on the islands in the southern seas within 2 years, creating a magic communication network that would cover the entire southern seas. In response, the New Flyer would give the Kanla Empire Navy 500 magic communicators, allowing the Kanla Empire Navy to use these magic communicators to communicate freely within 5 kilometers. These were only the results of the agreement on the surface. In private, the New Flyer had also reached an agreement with the Kanla Empire Navy. New Flyer would invest in developing 6 mines in 2 small countries to the southeast of the Kanla Empire. The New Flyer wouldn't directly benefit from these 6 mines, but the ores from these 6 mines would be sold to the New Flyer at market price. Other than that, the Kanla Empire Navy would help the New Flyer open up a sales channel in the Kanla Empire. The first step was to help the New Flyer obtain a special quota from the Kanla Empire for foreign companies. This quota was a recognition from the Kanla Empire to the companies of other countries. A company that could obtain this recognition could be considered a famous company on the continent. If the New Flyer could obtain this quota, not only would it increase the fame of the New Flyer in the Kanla Empire, it would also give the New Flyer a proper channel to enter the Kanla Empire, which was very significant. Other than the agreement between the New Flyer and the Kanla Empire Navy, the main thing was the cooperation between the New Flyer and the Lavender Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Zenny was very interested in the magic deep-sea fishing boats that Sue-E mentioned. He didn't care that Sue-E had told him that this boat was still being developed and hadn't been produced yet, but he had already confirmed his cooperation with the New Flyer. He hoped that he could buy at least 5 boats from the New Flyer. Sue-E naturally agreed. Other than this, Sue-E also told Chairman Zenny that he could use the New Flyer's guard fleet to provide the Lavender Chamber of Commerce with information on the deep-sea resources in the southern seas of the Kanla Empire, helping them harvest them in the future. There is no need to wait for this cooperation. Both sides agreed that it would begin in a month. As for other aspects, the New Flyer would provide the Lavender Chamber of Commerce with several refrigerated cabins in the large transport fleet. They would transport some of the specialty fish in the southern seas of the Kanla Empire to other places to sell, which was equal to helping the Lavender Chamber of Commerce expand their market. Correspondingly, the Lavender Chamber of Commerce would share their sales channels in the Kanla Empire with a New Flyer. Although marine products and magic machines were completely different, the New Flyer only needed a channel to sell magic machines in the Kanla Empire. As for the specific sales situation, Sue-Yi wasn't worried at all. It could be said that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the Lavender Chamber of Commerce had gained quite a bit from this negotiation. Even if they felt that the maintenance cost of the guard ships was too high and that they had been cheated by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the Kandra Empire's navy was very satisfied with the benefits of developing the mine with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When they parted in the end, naturally everyone was happy. But when they were sending off Sue-Yi, Russell couldn't help pulling Sue-Yi aside and secretly asking him a question. "Chairman Sue, your magic airship. When will it be sold? Also, what is your estimated price?" Seeing the expectant look on Russell's face, Sue-Yi couldn't help revealing a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. He thought that the reason he didn't ask this question in the past few days was because he wasn't interested, but he was forcing himself to ask now. It will definitely be sold. But as for when it will be sold, it will be next year at the earliest. As for the pre-sale price, I can't say for sure right now. Sue-Yi answered Russell's question while secretly laughing in his heart. This Russell could be considered a big fish that he had caught with the guard ships, and now that he had taken the initiative to jump onto the hook of the magic airship, it really made one feel emotional. "So Russell, why are you so cooperative?" Chapter 792. After leaving Yala Harbor, the new Flyer Guard fleet and the two magic airships led by Sue-Yi didn't go back the way they came. Rather, they went south. The guard ships went at their highest speed, and the magic airships followed in the air, maintaining a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Setting off from Yala Harbor in the morning, they didn't stop until dusk. They were already over 400 kilometers deep in the endless sea. Sue-Yi poked his head out of the ship and looked at the sea below. He found that the difference between the sea and the sea wasn't that obvious. He could still see traces of the seabed. Looking up again, he could see several small islands floating in the distance. "Hey, Leslie, how did you find this place?" Sue-Yi turned to ask Leslie beside him. Most of it was unintentional, but a small part of it was intentional. Leslie pointed at the sea. "Weren't you looking at the sea just now? It's clear that you found that there isn't much difference between the sea and the sea, right?" This phenomenon means that this place is still on the continental shelf, which means that there might be large pieces of land nearby. I don't know what continental shelf is, but the sailors of the fleet know what this phenomenon means. We followed your instructions to explore the southern seas at first, but after finding that this sea was a bit strange, we explored it and found an unexpected harvest. Is that so? Sue-Yi turned and looked in front of the fleet, but he didn't see anything strange in the sea. "How far is this place from here?" "At least 200 kilometers. In short, we can forget about reaching it today, unless you plan on having us continue sailing at night." "You're not afraid of getting lost, but I'm afraid." Sue-Yi rolled his eyes at Leslie. He looked around and pointed at the two small islands in the distance. "If we're satisfied with that place, we have to consider setting up a stronghold along the way." Leslie looked at the two islands and shook his head. "These two islands are too small. People can't even live there, so it definitely won't work. Based on my experience, these two islands are so small that they could be submerged by the sea at any time. We can't leave anyone on them." "I didn't say that I would leave people there. I was just planning to set up a magic signal tower there." Sue-Yi said. "To put it simply, wherever we develop new flyer, we should place the magic signal towers there, ensuring that the magic network can cover it." Leslie frowned. "Do we need to do this? We're already quite familiar with this part of the sea. Even without this thing, it shouldn't be a problem. But you still don't dare to sail at night, do you?" Sue-Yi's question left Leslie speechless. Setting up the magic signal towers and laying down the magic network, other than ensuring a smooth night flight, it can also bring this area under our control. Think about it. No matter when, we can clearly grasp the situation here. Don't you feel very confident? Of course it would be good to do this, but is this possible? Leslie had a doubtful look on his face. Sue-Yi, I've never understood. Why are you so invested in this magic network? Is this thing really that strong? Sue-Yi pointed at Leslie's waist. Not mentioning anything else, you can talk to your young Miss Whitney here. Don't you think it's strong? Leslie's face that had already turned dark from the sea breeze had a rare trace of red. He gave a cough and awkwardly said, "Your idea isn't realistic at all. Didn't you say that the magic signal towers only have an effective range of 5 kilometers? However, there is no other island within a 5-kilometer radius of this place. Even if you set up a magic signal tower here, the magic wave signal will be cut off. Who told you that we can't set up a magic signal tower without an island?" He rolled his eyes at him, looking like he didn't understand anything. "Then tell me, how do we solve this problem?" Leslie asked back. I don't have a specific method right now, but I have countless ideas in my mind that can solve this problem, so this isn't a problem." He waved his hand and said in a confident voice. Leslie rolled his eyes. "To put it bluntly, there's no other way. I wasted all this time talking to you." He laughed and patted Leslie's shoulder as he said, "All right, since you think this is a waste of time, let's change the topic. When are you planning on marrying young Miss Whitney?" This young Miss Whitney was a young girl that Leslie had saved from a merchant ship being attacked by pirates when he was cruising in the southern seas of the Canla Empire. She came from a small noble family in a small city in the central province of the Canla Empire. She had a beautiful face and a gentle aura. Although she wasn't bad, just based on her appearance, she couldn't be considered outstanding among the noble ladies. But without knowing why, after Leslie had been with her for a while, this fellow who hadn't fallen in love with the noble ladies of the Lampari Kingdom for over 10 years was truly attracted to young Miss Whitney. This young Miss Whitney was also attracted to Leslie, so the two of them could be considered to be in love with each other. But the question of marrying young Miss Whitney made Leslie knit his brows. He and young Miss Whitney were in love with each other, but if they wanted to be together, they would face all kinds of obstacles. One of the biggest obstacles was his identity. If it was the Leslie of a few years ago, with his identity as the successor of the largest noble family in the Lampari Kingdom, of course he had the qualifications to marry young Miss Whitney, who came from a small noble family in the Canla Empire. It could even be said that young Miss Whitney was climbing up the social ladder. But now that time had passed, the Stag family had already become history in the Lampari Kingdom. Leslie was even a wanted person in the Lampari Kingdom in name, so he couldn't even return to the Lampari Kingdom. To be honest, Leslie didn't even have an official identity right now. The only thing he could say was that he was the commander of the New Flyers Guard fleet. But no matter how strong the New Flyers Guard fleet was, to the point that even the Canla Empire's navy feared them, they were just the guards of a company in name. They couldn't show their status on the signs at all. Not to mention that the New Flyer couldn't be considered a first-class company on the continent. So how could he have any weight as the commander of the guard fleet? The Canla Empire was one of the two empires on the continent, so the nobles of the other empires had a sense of superiority over the nobles of the other empires, not to mention Leslie, who came from a small country like the Lampari Kingdom. So even if young Miss Whitney fell in love with Leslie because of his experience, her family strongly opposed it. It was hard for the two of them to even meet, so they could only rely on the New Flyers' private contacts in the Canla Empire to contact each other through letters. In this situation, asking Leslie when he would marry young Miss Whitney was simply making things hard for Leslie. So Leslie looked at in confusion, feeling a bit doubtful. He had known for a long time, so of course he didn't think that would make things hard for him. Since he asked this question, he must have other considerations. Saw the expression on Leslie's face and knew that he understood his meaning. He laughed and took Leslie's shoulder, lowering his voice as he said, "Leslie, have you ever thought of reviving your stag family?" Leslie knit his brows. "Of course I've thought about it. But you shouldn't be the one asking this question, right? If the Stag family was destroyed because they participated in the internal strife of the Lampari Kingdom and failed in the end, then the main culprit for their failure was the New Flyer led by If it wasn't for the New Flyer supporting Her Highness 70 and providing her with large amounts of military magic machines, greatly increasing the battle strength of her army, it would have been hard to predict what the situation in the Lampari Kingdom would have been like. So if one really wanted to argue, could be considered the enemy of the Stag family. Of course, Leslie didn't agree with the Stag family's political views, so he never blamed Sue-E for the destruction of his family. But now that Sue-E was asking him if he was willing to revive the Stag family, Leslie felt it was very strange. Don't care about these details. Sue-E waved his hand. I'm just asking you. If you were given a chance to control a large piece of land and develop your Stag family into a large and prosperous family, would you be interested? You have to know that only by becoming like this can you obtain the approval of Miss Whitney's family and have them truly accept you. Leslie looked at Sue-E in confusion for a while before shaking his head. I say, Sue-E, what is wrong with you today? Just say what you want to say. Why are you beating around the bush? Cool. Because this matter is very important and has a large effect on you. I have to understand your thoughts before asking you. Leslie angrily waved his hand. Stop wasting words, just say it. All right then. Sue-E revealed a smile before revealing a serious expression. He pointed at the sea in front of the fleet and asked with a serious look, Leslie, if I had you open up a colony for our company, would you be willing? Chapter 793. The guard fleet stopped on a small island that wasn't too big to rest for a night before heading to the southern seas the next morning. About 3 hours later, a black line representing land appeared on the distant sea surface. Leslie, this seems to be much bigger than what you said in the letter. Sue-E looked at the land in the distance through the binoculars in his hand and couldn't help letting out a sigh of surprise. Such a big place, it can't even be described as an island. Actually, it really is an island. Leslie laughed and stretched out his arm to draw a semicircle in the air. Later, we explored around the island and found that the closest island to it was the one we stopped at last night. So, it's actually still floating alone in this sea. Of course, it can only be considered an island. Then do you know how big it is? Sue asked. I can't give you the specific data, but if I have to say it, let me think. It should be several dozen Masser Islands. Then it can only be considered an island? Sue glared at Leslie. Masser Island was the largest island the New Flyer Guard fleet had found in the southern seas of the Canla Empire, with an area of close to 20 square kilometers. If the island in front of them was several dozen Masser Islands, didn't that mean it was close to 1,000 square kilometers? Although it could still be considered an island, for an island this big, its meaning was not normal. Sue picked up the binoculars to look at the island that was getting closer and closer before saying with a sigh, Leslie, I'm suddenly regretting giving this island to you. Such a large island. The resources on it must be very rich. I'm giving you a mountain of gold. Leslie rolled his eyes. This place will be colonized by you. Even if you give it to me, it will still be serving you and the New Flyer. Sue smiled. He thought that he didn't have many talents under him, and there weren't many people as trustworthy as Leslie. If he wanted to learn from the countries of the age of exploration and colonize the seas, other than Leslie, there really wasn't anyone suitable. The idea of letting Leslie lead the colony yesterday had already appeared in Sue-Yi's mind when Leslie reported that they had found a large island in the southern seas of the Canla Empire. When he saw Leslie this time, Sue-Yi had already thought it through. It was hard enough to find this isolated island, so if they didn't take it in their hands when the other countries and powers of the Science Continent didn't have the ability to reach this place, it really would be a waste of God's gifts. But with the New Flyer's current strength, the most important thing was manpower, so it was hard for them to assign people to control this place. Since it was like this, it would be better if he gave it to Leslie's place. Although the Stag family had been destroyed, the Stag family had flourished in the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years. The power hidden in the dark was very deep and hadn't completely disappeared. Based on Leslie's request to buy several magic boats, it could be seen that Leslie had a large amount of resources hidden by the Stag family. Moreover, Leslie didn't hide this from Sue-Yi. So Sue-Yi had been considering how to arrange Leslie the entire time. It was impossible for Leslie to stay in the position of commander of the New Flyer's Guard fleet, so it was very suitable for him to open up a base for the New Flyer. Leslie had many people who belonged to the Stag family that needed to be arranged, and it was hard for them to make a name for themselves if they continued to stay in the signs. Running to this island far away from the signs to start over was a very good choice. When Sui mentioned this arrangement to Leslie yesterday, although Leslie was a bit surprised at first, after thinking about it for a bit, he determined that this arrangement was very suitable for his situation. But everything was still unknown, and their understanding of this island was very shallow, so it was too early to say this. So Leslie only agreed to Suyi's arrangement, but he didn't immediately agree. Everything would have to wait until they finished exploring this island before making a decision. The guard fleet maintained their high speed as they approached the island. When they could clearly see the outline of the island, Sui ordered a magic airship to take off from the guard ships and begin investigating the island. "Have you been to the island before?" Sui asked Leslie. "We have. We even found a natural deep-water harbor there, so we could disembark from there soon." Leslie pointed to a corner to the right as he spoke. "Oh, there's actually a natural deep-water harbor? It seems like your luck really isn't bad." Sui was a bit surprised. Leslie laughed. "This isn't just my luck, it's also yours. But isn't all good luck? Do you know what we found after we disembarked?" Seeing Leslie's unlucky look, Sui asked in a curious voice, "What happened?" "There are natives on this island, and the language they use sounds a bit similar to the common language of the Signs continent. According to my calculations, it's very likely that the locals of this island came from the Signs continent, so they can be considered our fellow countrymen." "Isn't that even better? I was worried that it wouldn't be easy to communicate with the locals, but now that the language problem has been solved, it's much easier. It's good if it's that simple," Leslie said with a bitter smile. "I don't know why, but the locals on this island are very hostile towards us, wanting to kill us as soon as they see us. We just arrived, and because you said that we should develop peacefully, we didn't make a move and could only retreat. This means that your initial exploration has failed?" "Pretty much." Sui knit his brows as he looked at the giant island in front of them. After thinking for a bit, he waved his hand. "No matter what, let's go take a look first. Then what if the locals want to kill us?" Sui looked at him and said with a laugh, "They can be hostile towards us outsiders, but they can't be hostile towards something that can make their lives better." Leslie looked at the smile on Suyi's face and couldn't help shaking his head as he said with a sigh, "Sui, I've found that you're becoming more and more of a profiteer." 20 minutes later, the fleet stopped at the natural deep-water harbor Leslie pointed out. There was a cliff behind this place, and there was a beach that wasn't that wide beside the cliff. So although it could be considered a natural deep-water harbor, it wasn't that big where the guard ships could dock. Leslie had been here before, so he was very familiar with the situation here. Sui watched him command the fleet to stop near the coast before taking a magic speedboat to the shore. While feeling the softness of the fine sand under his feet, Sui looked around. Although there was a natural harbor here, the area was limited, so there wasn't much room to develop. If he wanted to develop this island, this natural harbor wouldn't be able to satisfy his needs, so he had to find another harbor. But this was something he would consider in the future. He could still make do with it for now. Sui turned to look at Leslie, who was commanding the guards coming down from the guard ships. He knit his brows and shouted, "Leslie, have them hide their weapons. At least put away their swords and bows. We're going to do business with others, not fight a war." Leslie was stunned. "Didn't I just tell you that the locals on this island are very hostile towards us? Shouldn't we be on guard?" "Of course we have to be on guard, but if you run over fully armed like this, even if they aren't hostile, they will become hostile. Listen to me, throw away the obvious weapons like swords and bows. Just bring some military magic machines, like magic rocket launchers." Leslie had knit his brows when he heard Suyi's orders, but when he heard the last part, he couldn't help smiling. "Good Sui, I thought that you wanted to be a messenger of peace, but in the end, you're even more ruthless than me." After saying this, Leslie turned to give orders to the guards. According to Suyi's orders, they only left the military magic machines on them. These things were completely different from the traditional swords and bows. The locals on the island wouldn't be able to recognize them even if they saw them, so they would be less vigilant. Other than having the guards put down their weapons, Sui also ordered everyone to bring their daily necessities from the ship. Then he led everyone onto the island from the slope beside the beach. According to the information Leslie provided, After the group went up the slope and walked around 3 kilometers to the southeast, they saw a small village of around 20 houses. Seeing such a large group of people swarming over from afar, the residents of the village were obviously shocked. They gathered together and looked at the crowd with fear on their faces. Sui looked over the villagers and found that they were all wearing very old clothes. There were quite a few people who had patches on their clothes. Looking at their dark and yellow faces, Sui immediately understood. It seemed like the living conditions of these normal villagers were very normal. Not to mention the citizens of the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine, who had their lives greatly improved by the new flyer. Even the lives of the citizens of Banda City, before the new flyer appeared, were a bit worse. Thinking of this, Sui revealed a kind smile. He took a bag of flour from a guard beside him and walked over to the villagers alone. Seeing him walk over, the villagers couldn't help taking 2 steps back. They moved closer to each other as they nervously looked at him. Sui maintained his smile and stopped around 5 meters away from the villagers. He put the bag of flour in his hand on the ground and untied the string, revealing the white flour with a bit of gold in it. "Everyone, we are merchants from far away. We came here to do some business with everyone. If you can provide us with anything of value, we are willing to exchange the things we brought with us." The villagers on the other side looked at the flour on the ground before looking at the daily necessities the new flyer guard were showing, and everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 794. Facts proved that the reason why the natives on the island had imagined Leslie's group's swords after they landed on the island was because of the way they had chosen to do it. Sui revealed his identity as a merchant this time, using flour and other necessities to show his sincerity. He quickly obtained the approval of the natives and easily established a real dialogue with them. The first part of this matter went very smoothly. Through the contact with the natives of the village near the coast and the villages further in, Sui had a basic understanding of this island. Like Leslie had expected, most of the natives of this island had drifted over from the signs a long time ago. According to the records passed down on the island, the earliest ones had drifted over when the elves still ruled the signs. Adding in the people who drifted over, they gradually settled down on this island and formed the main population of this island. The main population was because other than the humans who drifted over from the signs, there were some natives on this island. These natives had lived on this island since the beginning. They didn't know what the signs were and had never left this island. Although Sui doubted this, for the people of this island, they had all lived on this island for many years, so there wasn't much difference between them. Of course, these problems weren't that important to Sui. What he cared about was the value of this island and the various resources on this island. No matter who lived on this island, it didn't matter that much. After telling Leslie that his mission in the future was to control this island as much as possible and promising to give Leslie the necessary support, Sui left a magic airship to investigate the situation of the island and the surrounding seas. At the same time, he left the guard fleet under Leslie's command. Sui and Akali's group boarded another magic airship to head back to the signs. The magic airship was naturally faster than the guard ships. When it flew at full speed in the sky, it could reach a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour. This island was around 700 kilometers away from the southern coast of the Kamla Empire. Sui's group set off in the magic airship in the morning, and they could see the Signs coast in the afternoon. This place was very close to the Yal harbor that the new Flyer Guard fleet had opened to the Kamla Empire's navy, but Sui didn't disturb them. He just directed the magic airship to head in the direction of the kingdom of Ruhr. Elder Undine of the Azhara tribe had sent a message half a month ago saying that their tribe's elven town had been finished and they invited Sui to take a look. It was a good thing that Steele was a guest at the Azhara tribe during this time for the illusion film, so Sui planned to take a look while he was on his way back to the city. The Yala harbor was over 1,500 kilometers away from the Nissi harbor. Even with the speed of the magic airship, it took close to a day to arrive. At noon of the next day, the magic airship carrying Sui's group arrived at the cooperation port between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer. Now it had become the most prosperous port in the Kingdom of Ruhr, even the southern signs, Misty Harbor. Looking down at the newly expanded port from the sky, the 17 piers were filled with all kinds of ships, including 3 large transport magic ships from the New Flyer transport fleet. So he couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. This Misty Harbor was just a small pier that wasn't that different from a small fishing village when he first came here. Now, because of the cooperation with the New Flyer, with the lead of the New Flyer transport fleet, it had become one of the trade hubs between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Principality of Constantine. It had become very prosperous, turning Misty City that wasn't famous in the Kingdom of Ruhr into a famous port city in the surrounding countries. The biggest contributor to this was, of course, Sue, who had taken a liking to it. Looking at it from the sky, this port city was already several dozen times bigger compared to when Sue had first come here. Moreover, it was filled with people and looked very prosperous. It wasn't inferior to Banna's city at all. When a magic airship flew over the sea, it attracted the attention of countless people. But when they looked up to see the magic airship, other than a few people, there weren't many people who were surprised. The New Flyer's magic airship had already become a famous product in the surrounding countries, so it had already attracted a lot of attention. Countless people had asked the New Flyer when they would start selling the magic airship, but they had all been rejected by the New Flyer because they hadn't finished developing it yet. But this didn't stop people from being interested in the magic airship. There were even many newspapers that focused on a magic airship, saying that if the magic airship could be popularized in the surrounding countries like the magic cars, it would change everyone's lives and could even change the situation of the surrounding countries. Sui was very clear on what the latter part meant, because even the Kingdom of Ruhr's King Tarek had personally asked Sui about the magic airship many times, hoping that he could order some ahead of time. What he was worried about was actually a very simple reason: air supremacy. In the history of the signs, other than magicians who had power that surpassed normal people, the only ones that could fly in the sky were the magic battleships used by the elves. There were magicians in every country, but the magic battleships had never appeared since the elves were wiped out. In the wars of the various countries on the continent, air supremacy didn't mean much because it depended on the strength of the magicians on both sides. In a country of the same level, the strength of the mages was about the same, and the number of mages was too small. In fact, it was very difficult for mages to really affect the outcome of all the wars. It was really a ridiculous thing to talk about controlling the air power. But with the appearance of the New Flyer's magic airship, the surrounding countries had no choice but to pay attention to this matter. It was different from magicians. According to what the New Flyer said, once the magic airship was developed, it could be mass-produced. What did mass production mean? This meant that as long as you had money, in theory, you could even equip yourself with an unlimited number of magic airships. Moreover, according to the information the New Flyer revealed, the magic airship could be equipped with magic cannons, magic rockets, and other long-range military magic machines. To put it simply, this magic airship could be used as an aerial fortress. Perhaps it wasn't as flexible as magicians, and it wasn't as terrifying as the truly powerful great magicians and archmagi, but compared to normal magic stones, it was without a doubt much more powerful. Compared to the great magicians and archmagi, it had a clear advantage in terms of numbers. Not to mention that even if the magic airship was damaged, they could buy another one. If the great magicians and archmagi were damaged, it would be an irrecoverable loss. Take the Kingdom of Ruhr, for example. They only had 7 great magicians and didn't even have an archmagus. How could they compare to the magic airships that could theoretically have an unlimited number of magic airships? Once they had the most important air supremacy, with the current situation where the armies of the various countries couldn't really attack high up in the sky, the magic airships would be invincible. So when the newspapers analyzed that the magic airships could change the situation of the surrounding countries, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Sui could imagine that once the New Flyer announced that the magic airships would be mass-produced, there would be a shocking uproar. If King Tarek knew that I had already ordered 100 magic airships for the Lampari Kingdom ahead of time, I wonder what he would think. Sui looked at the crowd, looking up, and thought that if it was him who had something that he couldn't reach, couldn't hit, and has shocking killing power, he would definitely be unable to eat or sleep well. It could be seen that King Tarek would definitely do something. When he was thinking about King Tarek's possible response, the magic airship trembled. It stopped on the deck of a large transport magic ship of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce on the pier. When the door opened, the commander of the New Flyers transport fleet, Narvel, came forward. Seeing Sui come out, Narvel was surprised. "Sir Chairman, why are you here? I thought that you were here to resupply after a fixed cruise." "It's right to resupply, but the magic crystals on the airship are about to be used up. Go and prepare some." Sui ordered. Narvel turned to give an order to his subordinate, and his subordinate quickly ran off to prepare. Sui looked at the crowd around him and waved his hand to let them continue with their work. He asked Narvel, "How was the harvest this time?" Narvel replied with a smile, reporting to Sir Chairman, "The transport went very smoothly this time. We transported 700,000 gold coins worth of goods from the company, and it was all robbed on the first day. Then, according to your orders, the 3 ships have been filled with zinc, ore, and it only cost us 300,000 gold coins. That's a total of 400,000 gold coins." Not bad." Sui nodded to show his praise. "But Narvel, these good days won't last long. According to the data we collected, the demand for household magic machines in the Kingdom of Ruhr has reached saturation, so it'll be hard to steal them in the future. The profits from each trip will drop, so you have to be prepared." Narvel's expression changed. "Then what do we do?" "Sir Chairman, we've just developed this trade route, and it won't work right away. Isn't this too fast?" "I'm just talking about the trend. I'm not saying that it will reach saturation. But this is something that will definitely happen, so we have to think of a way to solve it." Narvel knit his brows to think for a while before looking at Sui. Suddenly his eyes lit up. "Sir Chairman, you must have a way, right?" Sui laughed. "Of course, otherwise why would I waste so much time talking to you?" "Then, how do we solve it?" "It's very simple. Go east." Chapter 795. Sui's plan was to simply resupply in Nissi Harbor before heading to the Azhara tribe. However, this plan was interrupted when the magic airship was about to take off. Seeing Nissi City's city lord Count Company covered in sweat and looking anxious as he climbed onto the deck of the magic ship, Sui was confused as he ordered the pilot to stop the magic airship and walked out of the cabin. Chairman Sui. It's a good thing. It's a good thing I made it in time." Company Count was panting as he stood in front of Sui. His fat body was covered in sweat, and he looked like he was in a bad state. Sui turned to take a towel from Narvel and asked, "Lord City Lord, is there something urgent?" Company Count took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but because he took a deep breath, it was stuck in his throat. His face turned red, and he almost couldn't breathe. Sui found it funny as he patted his back. "Lord City Lord, don't be in a rush. Speak slowly, aren't I right here?" Company Count gave a few coughs before forcing himself to calm down. He took Sui's hand and said while panting, Chairman Sui, are finally back. His Majesty has already ordered that as long as we find traces of you, we have to keep you here. His Majesty wants to see you." "His Majesty Tarek? He's in a rush to see me?" Sui was a bit surprised, while also feeling that it was a bit of a coincidence. He had just thought of King Tarek, and he never thought that King Tarek would come looking for him. I'm not too clear, but His Majesty did order this." Count Company replied, "Actually, His Majesty wanted to see you last week, but he was told that you were overseas, and he didn't know when you would come back. He knew that you would definitely pass by this place on your way back, so he had me keep an eye on you. It's a good thing I stopped you in time. Do you need to be in such a hurry?" Sui slightly frowned. After thinking for a while, he didn't understand why King Tarek would summon him in such a hurry. "So, I should go to His Majesty in Caracas City right now?" Sui asked. Count Company shook his head and replied, "No, His Majesty told me that if I could stop you here, I should inform him immediately. He will come here to meet you in person." His Majesty came here personally? He was greatly surprised. Although New Flyer already had considerable influence in the surrounding countries, the higher-ups of these countries valued him as the president. But in the end, he was just a merchant. He was one of the lowest people in the signs. Compared to King Tarek, who was the king of the Kingdom of Ruhr, their statuses were far inferior. In a normal situation, it should be Su-yi who went to see King Tarek, and it shouldn't be King Tarek who took the initiative to see him. Count Company was clearly confused by King Tarek's decision, but he didn't say anything and just nodded in response. Su-yi thought about it and still didn't understand. But from King Tarek's sudden actions, he smelled something strange. Could it be that his random thoughts had come true? Was King Tarek really planning to do something because of the magic airship? ####. 3 hours later, Su-yi appeared in the Azhara tribe that was around 300 kilometers away from Misty City. According to Count Company's reply, he had already sent a message to King Tarek when he found Su-yi. Misty City was around 500 kilometers away from Caracas City, so it would take half a day to send a message. Even if King Tarek immediately set off from Caracas City, it would take half a day for him to arrive. So in the fastest situation, King Tarek would only arrive the day after tomorrow. In these 2 days of free time, Su-yi naturally wouldn't allow himself to be idle. After talking to Count Company, he went to the Azhara tribe to meet Elder Undine and steal according to his plan. It was different from the Azhara tribe. This place had always been a barren wasteland because of the illusion array of the Azhara tribe. Although there was still the illusion array of the Azhara tribe, not far away from the illusion array, there was a small town that was filled with the style of the elves. All kinds of tree houses and stone houses made of shiny marble intertwined in the small town. Coupled with the exquisite flowers and trees on the roads, the small town was decorated with colorful colors. It looked extremely harmonious and full of vitality at the same time. With just a glance, people would feel a kind of pleasure of living here is definitely a kind of enjoyment from the bottom of their hearts. This could be seen clearly from the intoxicated expressions on the faces of the many human tourists outside and inside the small town. That's right, this elven town called Evelyn Town was a tourist town that the Azhara tribe opened to the human public. Humans were welcome to visit and even stay there. For the elves, who had always been conservative and hostile to humans, this was undoubtedly a very big initiative. When Su-yi first proposed this to Elder Undine, it was only because Elder Undine agreed with Elder Lysania that the elves and humans should interact more and get along better. So Su-yi tentatively suggested it. What surprised Su-yi was that Elder Undine finally agreed to Su-yi's bold proposal after serious consideration. After this Evelyn Town was built, Su-yi publicized it through various newspapers and other channels, and it immediately caused a huge sensation in the human society. Not only did countless humans from the Kingdom of Ruhr flock to see the elves' lives up close, but there were also many humans from other countries that came from far away. Now, this Evelyn Town was filled with human tourists from all over almost every day. Not only did this town become as lively as a human town, but it also left a lot of gold coins in this town. Obviously, traveling in Evelyn Town cost money. There were less than 100 elves from the Azhara tribe living in this town. They were mainly responsible for showing the human tourists the elves' lives, while also providing some simple services. Although the service level of these elves was terrible in Su-yi's eyes, even ignoring the human tourists most of the time, none of the human tourists complained at all. Rather, they felt that the elves should be like this, so they were willing to spend large amounts of money for various services. A very simple handmade elven wood carving could actually be sold for 30 gold coins each. It was even enough to buy a Shinfei brand magic air conditioner. But this was no different from stealing money from Su-yi, but the human tourists all went all out to snatch it. Every time one was placed on display, it would be snatched away and there wouldn't be any left. Of course, this was also because the Azhara tribe strictly controlled the amount of elven-style gifts, so they didn't flood the market and kept the price high. It was also because of this that Su-yi admired Elder Undine's business acumen. He felt that she really was worthy of living on the continent for several hundred years. She had already learned the essence of human business. Chairman Sue is overpraising me. Elder Undine waved her hand with a smile. Undine waved her hand with a smile. I'm just imitating the methods of the human merchants I've seen before. When it comes to business, you humans are much better. For example, Chairman Sue being able to turn a normal new flyer into this large scale, I can't do it no matter what. Sue, he turned to Steele. Is this what you boasted to Elder Undine? I've never mentioned this in front of the elder. Steele rolled her eyes at him. Do you still need me to boast for you? Everyone can see the results New Flyer has achieved over the years. Yes, there's no need for young Miss Steele to mention this. I can casually ask around in your human world and find out many things about your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Elder Undine said with a faint smile. Sue glanced at Elder Undine and chuckled. Elder Undine, if you have something to say, just say it. To be honest, you're not suited for this kind of hypocritical compliment that is only popular among us humans. Anyway, it's very awkward for me. Is that so? Elder Undine touched her own face and revealed a surprised expression like a human girl. I thought I've learned enough. I didn't expect Chairman Sue to see through me so easily. Still on the side, couldn't help laughing. Elder Undine, don't listen to Suyi's nonsense. These kinds of words are just normal pleasantries between us humans. It would be strange if someone took it seriously. Sue, he said on purpose. Seeing Elder Undine's shocked expression, Sue, he laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry about these details. All right, Elder Undine, I don't think you've invited me here just to let me take a look, right? Elder Undine shook her head with a smile. It seems that it will take a long time for us elves to learn the humans, this smooth communication method. Yes, I invited Chairman Sue here not only for a tour, but also to discuss some things with you. Every race has their own specialties. You don't have to become like us humans. Sue, he shook his head. For example, if you want to communicate with me, you could just say what you want to say. As long as it's something that benefits both of us, I will seriously consider it. Yes. First, we want to buy a batch of household magic machines from New Flyer. Elder Undine said. So he was a bit confused. Do you elves also need to use these household magic machines? It's not for us to use. It's for the human tourists in Evelyn Town. Elder Undine shook her head. The human tourists in the town are very satisfied with everything in the town. However, almost every one of them said that they're used to the household magic machines in the town. This makes it very inconvenient for them to live here. Therefore, I want to buy a batch of household magic machines for the human tourists to use. These guys have high expectations. The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched. But don't they think it's weird to have a bunch of household magic machines in this original elven town? Also, Elder Undine, don't you think this will destroy the overall harmony of Evelyn Town? Compared to their aspects and habits, these discordant aspects are not important. In addition, we will find a way to integrate these household magic machines into the town as much as possible so that they don't seem so out of place. Looking at Elder Undine's sincere and serious eyes, Sui couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the Azhara tribe had already tasted the benefits of Evelyn Town, so much so that Elder Undine would do her best to find a way to satisfy the needs of the human tourists. All right, this isn't a big problem. You just need to give the order to our Chamber of Commerce, and we will naturally deliver the goods on time. Sui said, our Chamber of Commerce has a sales point in Nissi City, which is the closest to here. Once you have decided, just send someone to deliver the order. All right, apart from that, there is another very important matter that requires Chairman Sue's help. Please speak. Sui said straightforwardly. Chairman Sue, you see, Evelyn Town is very popular among the human tourists in the Kingdom of Ruhr. So I was thinking, should we build a few towns like this in other places or in other countries? Sui stared blankly at Elder Undine, feeling that this was extremely ridiculous. This Elder Undine, was she still an elf? Chapter 796. This time, Sui came to the Azhara tribe not only to respond to Elder Undine's invitation, but also to meet up with Steele. Before leaving the Principality of Constantine, Steele had already arrived at the Azhara tribe half a month in advance to prepare for the filming of the illusion film. After that, Sui also left and went to the Kanla Empire, and then went to the new island in the Southern Sea. The round trip took him half a month. He hadn't seen Steele for more than a month, and naturally missed her very much. Moreover, Steele was now 7 months pregnant, and Sui was still worried about her. But when he saw Steele again, Sui found that her complexion was excellent, and she was very energetic. Even her skin had become smoother and rounder, and she looked a few years younger. Sui let go of the worry in his heart, but also felt curious. What was the reason that Steele, who was already 7 months pregnant but was still busy working all day, didn't show any signs of fatigue and instead looked radiant? This didn't make any sense at all. I listened to you and paid more attention to rest every day. I didn't work all day, okay? Steele rolled her eyes at Sui and then circled around in front of Sui and gave Sui a playful and teasing look. What? Do you think my skin has become better now? Don't you think I'm more attractive? Sui couldn't help laughing. You're always charming. Tell me, what is the reason? You are still as unromantic as ever. Steele muttered and replied, Actually, it's mainly because of Elder Undine's special care for me. The elves have a unique way of regulating their bodies, and I learn a lot from Elder Undine. Elder Undine also opened the Moonlight Pond in their tribe for me to soak in every day. It's very good for my body. Oh, even a Moonlight Pond is open to you? Sui was a little surprised. The Moonlight Pond was called the Pond of Life by the elves and symbolized the source of life of the elven tribe. It could be said that it was the most important place for every elven tribe. Elder Undine even opened the Moonlight Pond to Steele so that she could soak in it every day, which showed how much she cared for Steele. Yes, it's all thanks to you. Steele laughed. Elder Undine said that this is the first time that the Moonlight Pond in her tribe is open to a human. Speaking of this, Elder Undine wanted to ask you if you are interested in soaking in the Moonlight Pond. Sui was startled. Me? I'm a big man. Why would I go there? Don't tell me I'm going there to nourish my skin too. Steele gave a laugh. You're actually already white enough. You don't need it at all. She said Elder Undine said Moonlight Ponds told me. She told me that soaking in the pond can improve to the human body to 2/2s. When placed on a magician, it can improve the magician's sensitivity to magic elements. Simply put, it can indirectly improve the magic power. After soaking in the pond for a while, I can clearly feel that my body has become more sensitive to magic elements. How about it? Are you interested? Oh, is that so? Sui rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and nodded. If the effect is really good, then I can consider it. Hey, why don't the two of us go soak together tonight? Steele looked at Sui's strange smile and rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? If you think it's okay, then I'll tell Elder Undine in a bit. There's no hurry. I can only stay here for one night. I'm afraid I don't have that much free time. Come, take out the illusion film you're setting up, and let me see if I can give some advice. Okay. Steele took out the magic illusion projector and put in a small illusion module. There was a faint blue light that flashed on the projector, and an illusion appeared in the air above it. This illusion film was temporarily named Floating. It was something that Steele and the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's illusion film production department had focused on making. It was about 3,000 years ago when the elves were still ruling the continent. It was a beautiful love story between an elven girl and a young human man. It was very clear that this was Steele's work. Under Sui's suggestion, the New Moon Chamber of Commerce made the illusion film, The Daily Life of the New Moon Troupe, which was very well received. When it was shown in the various opera troupes of the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine, it caused a sensation. The number of people who watched the film exceeded 1 million. The New Moon Chamber of Commerce earned over 70,000 gold coins in ticket sales. It could be said that they had tasted the sweetness. After that, Sui personally wrote a script for Steele and had the New Moon Chamber of Commerce make a short drama film, which was also very well received. From these two successes, Steele firmly believed that Su-Yi's illusion film would become very popular. She decided to invest more in it and strive to make the new Moon Chamber of Commerce the entertainment company that Su-Yi had mentioned. This floating came from Su-Yi's suggestion, but he only provided the idea of a movie and didn't do anything else. Now that he had seen the part that the new Moon Chamber of Commerce had already finished making, Su-Yi was full of praise. It had to be said that the illusion film had a natural advantage compared to the movies on Earth. It had a 3D projection effect that was much more realistic. This was because the production of this illusion film was completely based on the recording of the real world through an illusion magic array. Then it was projected through a magic illusion projector. It was almost like a copy of the original, so it was naturally very realistic. However, there was a problem with this. Because it was too realistic, it didn't have the special effects of the movies on Earth, so there was less room for manipulation. After thinking about this problem, Su-Yi pondered for a bit. He first asked Steele a few small questions about the shooting angle, plot progression, etc. Based on the details that he learned from the movies on Earth, it gave Steele a lot of inspiration. What a pity! Su-Yi, if only you weren't the president of the New Flyer. I would definitely hire you to our company to be in charge of the production of illusion films. Steele had a look of pity on her face. Su-Yi laughed. I'll think about it after I retire from New Flyer. But before that, we have to first create a system for projecting illusion films. Steele, I think that since the speed at which you shoot illusion films has increased, we should change our previous plan. Oh, how do we change it? Steele asked curiously. The plan that Su-Yi had made with her before was to set up many opera houses in the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine to play illusion films. It was roughly equivalent to the movie theaters on Earth. After people got used to this model, they would consider the next step. But now that he saw Steele leading the new Moon Chamber of Commerce to progress beyond his expectations, Su-Yi felt that it was appropriate to push things forward. I feel that we can set up a public magic illusion projection device in each city. We can make a short introduction video for the magic illusion films you've filmed and broadcast it, which is equivalent to advertising. At the same time, your new Moon Chamber of Commerce can use these magic illusion projectors to find a new source of profit for yourself. A new source of profit? Steele frowned. How do we use it? Look, this public magic illusion projector. As long as there are enough magic crystals, it can play magic illusion films all day long. Then other than playing the introduction to the illusion films that you shoot, you can also play some advertising films. Advertising films? Steele was stunned before coming back to her senses. You mean that you want us to shoot some advertising films for other companies, just like the advertisements you had me do for your new flyer? That's right. But the advertisements you did before were just simple drawings, and this advertisement film is a complete illusion film, so it will look more realistic. Think about it. If you had this when you helped me do the advertisements, wouldn't you be able to display your charm even more? Even if they were an old couple, hearing Su-Yi's words, Steele couldn't help blushing. She had a bit of excitement on her face as she said with a nod, I understand what you mean. This is a very good idea. I will seriously consider it. All right, I'll only say this. As for how to shoot these advertisements and who to shoot them for, that will be up to your new Moon Chamber of Commerce. I can only help you set up these public magic illusion projectors in the various cities. Su-Yi said with a smile. Of course, do I need your help with this? Steele rolled her eyes at Su-Yi. She walked to the side with a smile and began talking to the staff members of the new Moon Chamber of Commerce that she brought with her. Su-Yi laughed. Although Steele was no longer the young girl in her early 20s from when he first met her, she was still beautiful and charming. Her appearance was very moving, and he really wouldn't get tired of looking at her. After giving a satisfied smile, Su-Yi thought of the problem he had just thought of and went to find Elder Undine again. Modify the recorded illusions according to your wishes and add some special effects. Elder Undine looked at Su-Yi with some confusion. She didn't seem to understand his question. After hearing Su-Yi's detailed explanation, Elder Undine finally understood what Su-Yi meant by special effects. Although we don't have any research in this area, the illusion magic array can create illusions out of thin air. Then I think we should be able to add the special effects you mentioned. Then there's no problem. Sue, he let out a sigh of relief. Elder Undine, if it's possible, I hope you can give us some of the core information of the illusion magic array. We can meet the corresponding conditions. For the special effects you mentioned, Elder Undine smiled, but shook her head. I don't think that's necessary. The illusion magic array is a very difficult type of magic, even among elven magic. I'm afraid that even if I give it to you, you won't be able to grasp the essence of it in a short time. Is that so? Sui frowned slightly. He didn't think that he couldn't grasp the essence of the illusion magic array, but he was surprised by Elder Undine's rejection. Actually, Chairman Sue, you don't have to master the illusion magic array by yourself, right? Elder Undine asked again. Huh? Sue, he looked at Elder Undine in surprise. Didn't you always tell me that the most important reason why you humans can replace us elves to rule this continent is that you humans know how to combine all the advantages and cooperate with each other? That's why you humans can erupt with such great power? What you mean is, Elder Undine smiled and said, it will take a lot of time and energy for you to learn and master the illusion magic array. Why don't you let our clansmen, who have already mastered the illusion magic array, join you and help you complete the task? Looking at the smile on Elder Undine's face, Sue, he was once again convinced that Elder Undine was definitely the most business-minded elf he had ever met. There was no one else like her. Chapter 797. The happy time with Steel was always short. After staying in the Azhara tribe for an entire day, Sue returned to Nissi Harbor. When the magic airship landed, there was a pure silver magic sedan that came from the distance, stopping in front of the magic airship. Count Company struggled to get out of the back seat of the magic sedan and ran to the cabin door. He looked at the slowly opening door, and when he saw Su Yi's face, he let out a long sigh. Chairman Sue, you're finally back. Sue, he couldn't help smiling. What? Lord City Lord, are you afraid that I'll run away? No, there's no such thing. Count Company wiped the sweat off his forehead and made an inviting gesture to Sue. Please come with me. According to the news I just received, His Majesty is only 20 kilometers away. I asked Chairman Sue to come with me to greet His Majesty outside the city. All right, Sui replied. He turned back to talk to everyone on the magic airship before getting into his magic sedan with Count Company. The magic sedan quickly started and headed to the north of Nissi City. Seeing that Nissi City was left behind, Sui asked Count Company beside him, Lord City Lord, in the latest news from His Majesty, did he mention why he summoned me so urgently? This. He didn't say anything specific. But since His Majesty places importance on this, and even personally came here to meet Chairman Sue, I think it must be something very important. I also understand this. But I've thought about it over the past 2 days, and there shouldn't be any accidents in the cooperation between our new flyer and the Kingdom of Ruhr. Even if there were some small mistakes, I don't think it would be enough for His Majesty to personally come. Sue, he said with a frown. I'm not too clear on this. However, Chairman Sue, although our previous cooperation has been smooth, it doesn't mean that our future cooperation will be as smooth, right? Perhaps His Majesty wants to discuss some new cooperation with Chairman Sue. So to show his sincerity, he came to see you in person. Sue narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Company Count, who was smiling amiably. From Count Company's words, he was keenly aware that there was a hint of information that was revealed in it. So, King Tarek wants to discuss a new cooperation with me. This wasn't surprising because compared to the Lampari Kingdom, the cooperation between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the New Flyer was lacking. For example, the Lampari Kingdom was already cooperating with the New Flyer in terms of production magic machines. The Lampari Kingdom also had several steel mills that the Kingdom of Ruhr didn't have. Then the most important thing was that the Lampari Kingdom had cooperated with the New Flyer in terms of military magic machines a long time ago. Although after the new flyer left the Lampari Kingdom, the cooperation between them in terms of military magic machines had stopped, and there wasn't any progress. The Lampari Kingdom had a foundation in this aspect, so there was a gap between them and the other countries. For example, the magic repeating crossbow, which was a simple military magic machine that the new flyer had designed at the beginning, had already become a standard in the Lampari Kingdom's army. Adding in the military weapon and armor factories that the new flyer had left behind, the Lampari Kingdom's army had become the most complete army among the surrounding countries, so their battle strength couldn't be compared to before. Obviously, the surrounding countries were well aware of this. The Kingdom of Ruhr was a kingdom that was on the same level as the Lampari Kingdom, so it was normal for them to care about this. King Medaruk had shown such great sincerity, it was very likely that he was here to discuss the cooperation in terms of military magic machines with Su-yi. If he really made this request, how should I respond? Su-yi knit his brows as he fell into deep thought. According to his original intentions, of course, he just wanted to promote household magic machines on the continent, thus improving the lives of the people on the continent. But since the military magic machines had already been developed, with their strong might, they wouldn't be able to escape the attention of the other countries. Of course, Su-yi was already prepared for this, but in his plan, he had to be careful when it came to the military magic machines. The most basic requirement was that new flyer had to completely suppress the other powers in terms of military magic machines. They definitely couldn't sell the military magic machines to other powers, which would threaten new flyer. Su-yi had always controlled this very well. He only sold a part of the military magic machines to other countries, and the core part was still owned by the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce. This ensured that the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's guards had an absolute advantage in battle strength. But as New Flyer's research on military magic machines became more and more profound, Su-yi began to sell a small portion of the military magic machines to the outside world. For example, the 3 guard ships he sold to the Kamla Empire's navy, which were equipped with several magic cannons and small magic bazookas. It could be considered the highest-end military magic machines New Flyer had sold to other powers. The Lampari Kingdom didn't have a coast, so they didn't have a high demand for these. But the Kingdom of Ruhr had a coast to the south, so perhaps King Tarek wanted to buy a few guard ships to play with? With these doubts, the magic sedan with Su-yi came to a stop in the north of Nissi City. He, Count Company, and his followers got out of the car and waited for less than 20 minutes before they saw a bit of dust coming from the road to the north. After a while, they saw a motorcade of magic sedans quickly heading over. Seeing this motorcade, Su-yi couldn't help being surprised. Although the magic sedans had already become popular in the Kingdom of Ruhr, King Tarek had always kept his tradition and always rode a traditional horse carriage when he went out. Of course, this was deeply related to his expensive horse carriage. King Tarek rarely left Caracas City, so for short trips, riding his custom-made horse carriage was clearly a better choice. But Su-yi had already revealed to him that New Flyer was developing a super luxurious and safe magic sedan. It was specially made for important people like King Tarek, satisfying their needs when they went out. King Tarek was very happy to say that once New Flyer released this special magic sedan, he would order one as soon as possible. But New Flyer hadn't developed this special magic sedan yet, but King Tarek had taken the initiative to come in a magic sedan this time. Other than pursuing speed, it was also to show Su-yi his sincerity. However, Su-yi firmly believed that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. King Tarek had suddenly shown such sincerity to him, so what he was after definitely wasn't something that was easy to satisfy. Su-yi slightly knit his brows as he watched the motorcade approach. When the first magic sedan stopped outside the station, he and Count came out to greet them, but they still had a smile on their faces. Chairman Su, long time no see. King Tarek came out of the back seat of the magic sedan in the middle, and when he saw Su-yi, he came over with a wide smile. Su-yi quickly came over and gave King Tarek a bow before respectfully saying, "Greetings to your majesty. Your majesty coming personally really makes my heart uneasy." King Tarek laughed before patting Su-yi's shoulder. "Chairman Su, You aren't a citizen of our kingdom of Ruhr, so you don't need to be this cautious in front of me. Come, let's go in and talk. Su-yi doubtfully followed King Tarek into the station. King Tarek sat down at a table that had been prepared a long time ago before pointing at the other side to have Su-yi sit across from him. Su-yi pretended to decline before also sitting down. King Tarek turned his head, and the guards he brought understood. They drove out everyone in the station. Even Count Company was an exception. In this large station, there was only King Tarek and Su-yi left. After everyone left, King Tarek looked over Su-yi before saying with a smile, "Chairman Su, I wonder, did your trip to the Kanla Empire go smoothly?" Su-yi replied with a faint smile, "Thanks to your Majesty's concern, it went quite smoothly." "Oh, that's good." King Tarek gave a laugh. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly patted the table and said with a sigh, "Chairman Su, I couldn't contact you this time, so I finally realized an important problem." "What problem?" "It's no wonder your new flyer is building magic signal towers in the Principality of Constantine, and now the Lampari Kingdom is following suit. Once these magic signal towers are built, people who are thousands of miles away can communicate at any time, which is countless times more convenient than the current situation. If our Kingdom of Ruhr also had magic signal towers, I wouldn't need to come here to meet you. At least it would be easier to contact you, right?" Su-yi never thought that King Tarek's first topic would be magic signal towers, so he couldn't help being surprised. If your Majesty is willing, our new flyer is very willing to cooperate with your country. We can build magic signal towers in the Kingdom of Ruhr and build a magic communication network. Is that so? All right, Chairman Su, we'll do this. In a few days, I'll send someone to discuss the matter of building magic signal towers in our kingdom with your company. I hope that you can cooperate." King Tarek patted the table again and said with a serious look. Su-yi was surprised. He never thought that King Tarek would be this decisive, deciding everything just like that. But thinking about it, he didn't feel that there was a problem. He said with a nod, "All right, this is what our company is promoting right now, so we'll do our best to cooperate." King Tarek wasn't like the other nobles of the Lampari Kingdom who were worried about the magic signal towers, so naturally Su-yi didn't need to ask. Based on this, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's advertisement for the magic signal towers had some effect. Of course, King Tarek must have investigated this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this decision so easily. Seeing that Su-yi agreed so quickly, King Tarek gave a satisfied nod. After pausing, he continued, "The magic signal towers are only a small matter. I'm meeting you this time to discuss something else." Su-yi wasn't surprised at all. He silently looked at King Tarek, waiting for him to speak. King Tarek was silent for a bit before suddenly looking to the northwest before saying, "Chairman Su, you've been far away during this time, so you don't know that something big has happened recently." "Oh, Your Majesty, please tell me." King Tarek turned to look at Su-yi with narrowed eyes and a serious expression. Half a month ago, the Lampari Kingdom declared war on the Sack Kingdom, and now they've captured 3 southern cities, occupying a third of the Sack Kingdom's southern province. Chapter 798. What? Su-yi suddenly stood up, and because he stood up too quickly, he slammed into the table. The entire table was raised up, and it made a large pong sound. King Tarek turned to wave his hand at the guards who came in after hearing the sound, telling them that it was fine before chasing them out. Then he looked at Su-yi, waiting for his reaction. Su-yi was in a daze for a bit before his expression slowly calmed down, and he sat down again. After a bit of silence, Su-yi asked, "Your Majesty, can you tell me what the cause is?" Seeing that Su-yi had calmed down this quickly, King Tarek had a look of praise on his face as he replied, "The cause? On the surface, it's because of a smuggling case." "Smuggling case?" Su-yi knit his brows. Because the Lampari Kingdom and the Sack Kingdom were enemies for many years, the trade between the two countries depended on smuggling. But since the free trade zone between the two countries was open, because there was a place for free trade, this kind of smuggling case had decreased by a lot. Even if there was, most of it was just a small matter to avoid tariffs. It didn't affect the big picture and wasn't taken seriously by both sides, so it was impossible for it to cause a war between the two countries. The only smuggling case that could have such a huge impact was probably related to that aspect. As expected, King Tarek continued with a nod, yes. According to the news released by the Lampari Kingdom, there are people from the Lampari Kingdom who are smuggling military magic machines to the Sac Kingdom. After saying this, King Tarek looked at Sui and found that he wasn't surprised at all. He just slightly knit his brows, so he knew that Sui was definitely aware of this matter. After the Lampari Kingdom found out, they began to attack this smuggling case and finally traced it to the Sac Kingdom. In the beginning, the Lampari Kingdom wanted the Sac Kingdom to hand over the smugglers, but they were rejected by the Sac Kingdom. In the end, there was a conflict between the two sides, and the Lampari Kingdom lost 7 soldiers, while the Sac Kingdom lost several dozen border guards and several civilians. And then, they directly declared war? Sui asked with a strange look. Yes. The Lampari Kingdom quickly announced that the Sac Kingdom had attacked the Lampari Kingdom first, so they officially declared war on the Sac Kingdom. As for the result, I've already said it. Sui deeply knit his brows. King Tarek naturally didn't need to lie to him about this matter, but no matter how he thought it, he felt that this matter was strange. Even if the Lampuri Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom had been enemies for several hundred years, it wasn't that easy for these two kingdoms to declare war on each other. Not to mention that it wasn't easy for the two countries to establish a free trade zone, opening up trade for the first time in several hundred years. Now that it was developing normally, the Lampuri Kingdom could obtain large benefit from selling all kinds of magic machines and magic machine products to the Sac Kingdom. In this situation, how could the Lampari Kingdom suddenly declare war on the Sac Kingdom for no reason and really start a war, even taking over a third of the Sac Kingdom's southern province? Perhaps for the people of the Lampari Kingdom who had been suppressed by the Sac Kingdom for several hundred years, this was something worth feeling proud of. But for Sui, this was completely strange. Who decided to go to war? Was it Her Majesty 70? Sui shook his head and denied this guess, because he was clear that 70 wasn't a brainless person. Moreover, when they signed the contract with the Sac Kingdom, establishing the free trade zone, it was something that Sui had discussed with her. 70 was very clear on how much benefit the Lampari Kingdom could obtain from this free trade zone, and the data from last year and this year had proven this. Sui didn't believe that 70 didn't understand the benefits of maintaining this situation for the Lampari Kingdom, so it was impossible for her to take the initiative to start a war to destroy this good situation. But if it wasn't 70, the one who made this decision should be someone else in the Lampari Kingdom. However, if it really was like this, it proved another terrifying possibility. It was that 70 couldn't truly control the Lampari Kingdom, so she couldn't even stop the Sac Kingdom from going to war. This possibility was even more shocking to Sui than 70 taking the initiative to start a war. Although he had appeared in the Lampari Kingdom after transmigrating to this world, and had lived in the Lampari Kingdom for several years, adding in the fact that the new flyer was founded and raised in the Lampari Kingdom, he had a special feeling for the Lampari Kingdom. But the reason why he supported the Lampari Kingdom was mostly because of his good relationship with 70. He believed that 70 was a suitable leader for the Lampari Kingdom and supported her dream of changing people's lives with magic machines. But if the Lampari Kingdom wasn't under 70's control, it meant that Sui's support and investments in the Lampari Kingdom had lost their foundation and were no longer under his control. In Sui's mind, 70 was one with the Lampari Kingdom. If it wasn't for the Lampari Kingdom under 70's control, he wouldn't have any special treatment for the Lampari Kingdom. So if the latter speculation was true, it would have a serious impact on Sui and the new flyer. Thinking of this, Sui asked King Tarek in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, who is the Lampari Kingdom declaring war on the Sac Kingdom in the name of?" King Tarek didn't seem surprised that Sui asked this question. He replied with a faint smile, "Of course it's in the name of Her Majesty 70. Her Majesty 70 even issued a declaration of war through the Lampuri Weekly before the war began. I brought this Lampuri Weekly over. Do you want to take a look? So he was silent for a bit before nodding. He took the Lampuri Weekly from King Tarek's hands. This declaration of war in 70's name was printed on the front page of the Lampuri Weekly, and it was written in large letters, looking very eye-catching. The declaration was written on the front page and second page of the Lampuri Weekly, with around 3,000 words. Sue carefully read the declaration, but he didn't seriously read the contents of the article. Rather, he focused on the tone of the article. If it was just based on the article itself, Sue felt that this declaration of war was indeed written by 70 because the wording, the tone, and everything else were the same as the 70 that Sue was familiar with. It seemed like it was written by her. But after reading it, Sue wasn't in a rush to make a conclusion. After thinking for a bit, he put down the newspaper and looked back at King Tarek. Before he personally saw 70 and received her confirmation, Sue would only put his speculations in his heart. The question in front of him now was why King Tarek specially came to inform him of this, and even acted this anxious. Many thanks for your Majesty telling me about this matter. This will have a large effect on our company's future plans, so knowing this ahead of time can prepare ahead of time. Sue first thanked King Tarek before thinking for a bit before asking, "But your Majesty, did you specially summon me just to tell me about this matter?" King Tarek laughed and sat up straight in his chair. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sue for a bit before slowly shaking his head. "Of course not. Chairman Sue, I don't need to say it. You should be able to guess what I came to discuss with you, right?" Sue was silent for a bit before giving a sigh. "If my guesses aren't wrong, your Majesty should be here to discuss the matter of the military magic machines. Telling me about this matter, is it to remind me that the Lampari Kingdom isn't as reliable as I thought? The first half isn't wrong, but the second half." King Tarek laughed into the sky, but he didn't make any comments. "As for the military magic machines, I've mentioned it to Chairman Sue many times before, but you've always rejected me. I thought that I could wait patiently before, but after the Lampari Kingdom declared war on the Sack Kingdom, I feel that it's hard to keep waiting." "Oh." Sue raised a brow as he looked at King Tarek. "There's no need to put on this look of doubt. Chairman Sue, this time I made a large decision to discuss this with you. Look, I even left Caracas City and personally came here to meet you, so I think that I've already shown my sincerity. Then, Chairman Sue, shouldn't you also show your sincerity?" Sue was silent for a bit before giving a slight nod. "All right, Your Majesty. Let's be a bit more direct. Do you want to buy the military magic machines from our company? If I said that I hope that you can transfer the military magic machine technology to our Kingdom of Ruhr, would you agree?" "I wouldn't." Sue shook his head without any hesitation. King Tarek gave a sigh before shaking his head. "So I'm not planning on making this proposal. What I want is to buy the military magic machines from your company for now." Sue noticed the word "for now" and smiled. He didn't mind as he asked, "Then, Your Majesty, how many military magic machines are you planning on buying, and what kind of military magic machines do you need?" King Tarek narrowed his eyes. "Chairman Sue, can I treat this as you agreeing? I've never rejected selling the military magic machines to the Kingdom of Ruhr. But as for the specifics, we still need to discuss it, right? All right, then let's start discussing it." Chapter 799. 3 days later, the magic airship took off from Nissi Harbor again. This time, its destination wasn't the Azhara tribe or the Principality of Constantine. Rather, it was heading northwest, heading towards the Lampari Kingdom's capital, Anvilmar City. During the 3 days in Nissi City, Sue and King Tarek had many private discussions. Based on the results, the two sides didn't make any substantial progress, and they didn't even sign any agreements. But in the private discussions with King Tarek, Sue had reached some agreements with the Kingdom of Ruhr, which could be considered a private agreement. For example, when King Tarek mentioned the magic signal towers in the Rudsun Kingdom in the beginning, Sue strongly approved of this and expressed his full support. Both sides agreed that in a month, the Kingdom of Ruhr would send people to the Principality of Constantine to inspect the functions of the magic signal towers in the Principality of Constantine. If nothing unexpected happened, the Kingdom of Ruhr would invite the new flyer to build magic signal towers in the Kingdom of Ruhr, creating a magic communication network that belonged to the Kingdom of Ruhr. But King Tarek had clearly investigated the magic signal towers, so he proposed to Sui that the core of the magic communication network in the Kingdom of Ruhr had to be controlled by the Kingdom of Ruhr. He even said something like magic signal frequency, which surprised Sui. Sui didn't oppose King Tarek's request. He said that after the new flyer helped the Kingdom of Ruhr build the magic communication network, they would give the core to the Kingdom of Ruhr, guaranteeing that the magic communication network would be completely controlled by the Kingdom of Ruhr. Sui's only request was that the magic communication network in the Kingdom of Ruhr could connect with the magic communication network in the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine. This would guarantee that the three countries would be able to communicate with each other in the future. King Tarek agreed to Sui's request, so the negotiations between them went very smoothly. Other than this, King Tarek also hoped that the new flyer would set up several steel mills and non-ferrous metal smelting factories in the Kingdom of Ruhr. He also promised that when the ores supplied to these smelting factories, it wouldn't be included in the share of the ores supplied to the new flyer, guaranteeing that these smelting factories would have enough resources to smelt. Sui also agreed to this proposal, but there were some differences in terms of how the two sides would split the shares. King Tarek wanted the Kingdom of Ruhr to control these smelting factories, but this was firmly opposed by Sui. In the end, he took a step back and agreed to new flyer controlling these smelting factories, but the Kingdom of Ruhr had to have a certain share. He also requested that new flyer couldn't set up any obstacles in the smelting technology. Sui agreed to this, but he also proposed that the new flyer had the right to distribute the metals smelted by these smelting factories, and the Kingdom of Ruhr couldn't interfere. After a few rounds of negotiations, both sides finally reached a preliminary agreement. These smelting factories would officially start construction in the spring of next year. If there were no accidents, they would officially start production at the end of the next year. King Tarek also hoped that new flyer would expand its cooperation with the Kingdom of Ruhr beyond the field of household magic machines. After a few rounds of negotiations, Sui represented new flyer to agree to build a bicycle factory and a tire factory in the Kingdom of Ruhr. This was the first attempt of cooperation beyond the field of household magic machines. The bicycle factory and tire factory would be built directly outside of Caracas City. New Flyer and Caracas City would also collaborate to hold a bicycle competition in Caracas City to promote bicycles in the Kingdom of Ruhr. In other aspects, the two sides had also reached some basic intentions, but they had not yet entered into actual discussions, so they could be skipped over. The most important part of the discussion was, of course, the military magic machines. According to King Tarek's request, he hoped that New Flyer could sell all the military magic machines to the Kingdom of Ruhr. But Sui clearly wouldn't agree to this. So after many discussions, they finally decided that New Flyer would provide large amounts of magic repeating crossbows, small magic bazookas, magic trebuchets, and other military magic machines to the Kingdom of Ruhr. At the same time, they would also sell 300 armored magic vehicles, 100 small magic cannons, and 4 guard ships to the Kingdom of Ruhr. If this agreement was reached, the total amount involved would be 27 million gold coins. It could be said that this was the largest deal New Flyer had made since it was established. Of course, this deal wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. According to the budget, Sui had given them 3 years to complete this deal. Even if King Tarek said that this time was a bit long, Sui said that New Flyer's production capacity was limited, and this was already the fastest speed, so King Tarek could only accept it. But no matter what, after reaching an agreement with Sui, King Tarek was very happy. If it wasn't for Sui saying that he wanted to take a trip to the Lampari Kingdom, he would have sent people to the Principality of Constantine to investigate and confirm this deal as soon as possible. Of course, King Tarek was very understanding when Sui said that he wanted to take a trip to the Lampari kingdom. It would be strange if he didn't understand. Sui thought of the deep smile on King Tarek's face when he said goodbye, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. The matter of the Lampari kingdom declaring war on the Sack kingdom. Even if King Tarek didn't rush over to tell him, Sui would have learned of this matter when he returned to the Principality of Constantine. But he used this reason to come and meet with Sui. Actually, it was just like Sui said before. In order to show Sui that the Lampari kingdom wasn't a reliable partner, the kingdom of Ruhr, who had shown great sincerity, could be considered by Sui. If it was said that Sui didn't have this idea, it would be impossible. But when he agreed to cooperate with the kingdom of Ruhr on the military magic machines, it wasn't related to this. Actually, even if King Tarek didn't come to him, Sui was already planning to sell the military magic machines to the kingdom of Ruhr. Now that King Tarek had delivered himself to him, it saved him quite a bit of effort, and he took this chance to raise the price. In the end, the price of this deal was much higher than he expected, which could be considered a pleasant surprise. To put it bluntly, whether it was the military magic machines or the household magic machines, they were just products. The difference was that the military magic machines had a bigger impact, so Sui had to be more cautious. It wasn't good to keep the military magic machines in his hands forever. The other countries and powers would have scruples about the new flyer, creating many disadvantages. It wasn't good to only sell the military magic machines to the Lampari kingdom. This would make the surrounding countries more vigilant against the new flyer and the Lampari kingdom, greatly affecting their cooperation with the new flyer. So Sui already wanted to sell the military magic machines to the surrounding countries. The kingdom of Ruhr was the new flyer's partner, second only to the Lampari kingdom. So this agreement was a very good choice for both sides. Then again, Sui even agreed to sell the military magic machines to the Sack kingdom. So how could he reject the request of the kingdom of Ruhr? Thinking of the Sack kingdom, Sui felt a headache coming on. If the Sack kingdom and the Lampari kingdom weren't enemies, and if the Sack kingdom hadn't attacked the new flyer before, everything would be easy to take care of. But because of these problems, it was very hard for the new flyer to establish a relationship with the Sack kingdom. Sui didn't know why the Lampari kingdom suddenly chose to declare war on the Sack kingdom. But after thinking about it for a few days, he vaguely felt that it was related to him agreeing to sell the military magic machines to the Sack kingdom before. Sir Chairman, we've already connected to Chief Evita. A subordinate came over with a small magic communicator. Sui took it with a nod before walking to a corner of the magic airship and saying in a low voice, "Hello? Is this Evita? It's me. Sir Chairman, you're back?" Evita's voice came from the magic communicator. I'm currently at the border between the Principality of Constantine and the Lampari kingdom. I'm planning to take a trip to the Lampari kingdom. Sui explained a bit. Evita, did the people of the Sack kingdom come before? They did. They just left a week ago. Then, they should know that the Lampari kingdom declared war on the Sack kingdom, right? What was their reaction? Sir Chairman also knows. Evita's voice had a trace of surprise before replying. They were also surprised, but they still stayed to discuss with us. What was the result of the discussion? According to your orders, we agreed to most of their requests, but as for the specific arrangements, we need you to make a decision after you come back. The Sack kingdom left 2 people here, saying that they were waiting for you to come back to discuss with you. All right, keep them here for now, but don't agree to any further requests. Everything will be discussed after I come back from the Lampari kingdom. Yes, Evita replied before giving a hesitant voice. Sir Chairman, if you head to the Lampari kingdom now, will there be any problems? Hearing the worry in Evita's voice, Sui's lips curled into a smile as he replied, It won't. The Lampari kingdom can't leave me for now. Evita was silent for a bit before giving an unsound. All right. Then I hope that Sir Chairman will have a smooth trip. All right. Sui hung up and let out a sigh of relief. If even Evita could notice that there was something wrong with this matter, then many people would be able to notice it as well. Since it was this simple to see, what was the Lampari kingdom's side, or rather 70 thinking? Chapter 800. The border between the Principality of Constantine and the Lampari Kingdom was around 800 kilometers away from Anvilmar City. With the speed of the magic airship, they could get there in 8 hours. He was planning on leaving early in the morning, so he could reach Anvilmar City in the afternoon. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to have dinner with 70 at night and discuss the matter of the Lampari Kingdom going to war with the Sack Kingdom with 70. But when they set off the next day, when it was noon, when the magic airship reached Kramer City that was 200 kilometers away from Anvilmar City, there was a bit of an accident. Sir Chairman, it seems like there's several people flying over. When the pilot of the magic airship reported this to Sue, he had a surprised look on his face. The new flyer's magic airship had been in the testing phase for close to 2 years now. It was unknown how many places they had flown to during this time, but this was the first time they had encountered people flying in the sky. Sue looked out the porthole and saw several black dots quickly approaching in the distance. It was clear that those who could fly in the sky were magicians. But why would these magicians of the Lampari Kingdom suddenly appear in front of the magic airship? With the fame of a new flyer in the Lampari Kingdom, how could they not recognize that this was the new flyer's magic airship? Sue knit his brows to think before having the pilot stop the magic airship. Then he opened the door and flew over. Chairman Sue, long time no see. The magician leading them was one that Sue recognized. It was the current vice chairman of the Lampari Kingdom's Sorcerers Guild, Larkstein, who was a 9th grade magician. When Sue participated in the Sorcerers Guild certification exam, and when he met President Aaron, he had met him many times. Even if he didn't have the status of a new Flyers chairman, Sue was still an outstanding magician. He had even become a powerful great magician in his early 30s, so he was also famous in the circle of magicians of the Lampari Kingdom. Larkstein was the Sorcerers Guild's vice chairman, but when he saw Sue, he had to follow the rules of magicians. He had to greet Sue, who was a great magician first. Sue gave him a bow before looking over the magicians beside him. He found that they were wearing the robes of high-grade magicians, so they weren't weak. Although they couldn't pose any threat to Sue, it was rare for them to send so many powerful high-grade magicians at once. Vice Chairman Larkstein, you are seeing the doubtful look on Sue's face, Larkstein quickly said with a smile. Chairman Sue, we're here to stop. To welcome you. Welcome? Sue knit his brows as he felt a bit unsettled. First, the Lampari Kingdom had declared war on the Sack Kingdom, and then Larkstein had led several high-grade magicians to welcome. No, it was clear that they were here to stop his group. This strange situation made Sue think of a guest from before, and he couldn't help feeling worried. Could it be that something really happened to 70 that made her lose control of the Lampari Kingdom? Was the situation so serious that even he would be stopped by someone? What happened that you had to specially come to welcome us? Sue asked in a deep voice. Larkstein's expression was a bit awkward. After giving a cough, he flew closer to Sue. Sue knit his brows. He wanted to move away, but after thinking about it, he stayed where he was and let Larkstein come closer. At the same time, he gathered magic in his body, ready to use it at any moment. Chairman Sue, the Kingdom Parliament passed a Lampari Kingdom's airspace regulations last week. It clearly prohibits magicians and flying items from other countries from flying in the Lampari Kingdom's airspace. You and your magic airship are prohibited, so, we should have stopped you at the border. But you were just too fast, so we only stopped you when you came here. Lampari Kingdom's airspace regulations? Sue looked at Larkstein with incomparable surprise. When did the Lampari Kingdom's parliament have this much foresight, actually paying attention to protecting their airspace? It had to be known, airspace was something that Sue had mentioned to 70 in private before. Because the magic airships hadn't been mass-produced yet, 70 didn't care that much about this. Sue never thought that the Lampari Kingdom's parliament would actually pass this regulation. But this regulation could have been passed at any time, but it had to be passed at this sensitive time. This made Sue even more doubtful. This was passed by the Kingdom Parliament? Did Her Majesty 70 give any opinions on this? Sui kept asking. Larkstein seemed to have expected that Sui would ask this question, so he replied with a smile. It was Her Majesty who personally proposed it, and it was passed by the Kingdom Parliament. Oh, this answer was a bit out of Sui's expectations. He thought that something had happened to 70 that caused her to lose control of the Lampari Kingdom, causing the Lampari Kingdom to do all these unreasonable things. But with Larkstein's answer, it meant that 70 was still firmly on the throne and nothing seemed to have happened. Of course, it was possible that Larkstein was lying. Sui was silent for a bit before asking Larkstein, "Then you mean that we can't keep flying in the air?" Larkstein revealed an apologetic smile. At least before receiving the approval of the Kingdom Parliament or Her Majesty, Chairman Sui and your magic airship can't keep flying in our Lampari Kingdom's airspace. Otherwise, you will be violating the rules of the Kingdom Parliament, and we must intercept you. Hearing Larkstein finally say the word intercept, Sui shook his head and gave a sigh. He had Larkstein wait a bit before flying back to the magic airship. "Sir Chairman, did something happen?" A collie who was calculating the data in the airship came over to ask this. "It's hard to explain right now. A collie, take this magic airship back to the company first. I'll be back in a few days." A collie was surprised. "Sir Chairman, you're going alone? But didn't you say—" "No problem. You can go back first." Seeing a collie's worried look, Sui patted her shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't forget, I am a great magician." A collie hesitated a bit before giving a nod. Then, "Sir Chairman, you have to be careful." Sui waved his hand at her with a smile before leaving the Shinfei airship. When he was a bit further away, the magic airship in the air moved slightly and turned to head southwest. "Chairman Sui, this." Larkstein pointed at the magic airship that was quickly flying away and hesitantly asked Sui this. "Don't worry. They will leave the Lampari Kingdom as quickly as possible and return to the Principality of Constantine." Sui looked at the magicians behind Larkstein, and those magicians stopped moving, turning their attention back to Sui. All right. Chairman Sui, please come with us." When we left Anvilmar City, there was an order from Her Majesty from the Royal Palace. She said that after we stopped the magic airship, we would bring you to see Her Majesty. Larkstein made an inviting gesture to Sui. Was it really an order from 70? Sui looked at Larkstein, but he didn't ask this question. Rather, he flew down to Kramer City with him. Larkstein's group was clearly prepared to stop Sui above Kramer City. After they entered Kramer City, they went to the City Lord's Manor and found the two magic sedans the City Lord's Manor had prepared ahead of time. The other magicians went in the first car to lead the way, while Larkstein and Sui sat in the car behind. The two magic sedans didn't stay in the City Lord's Manor for long and directly drove off, quickly heading towards Anvilmar City. Sui looked at the situation of Kramer City through the window on the way and found that the situation of Kramer City wasn't any different from before. It was just as prosperous as before, and the people walking on the streets all had normal expressions, not seeming like they were affected by the outside world at all. Of course, this world's information system wasn't developed. Even if something happened several hundred kilometers away, the people of Kramer City wouldn't know. Hoping that these citizens would react to the upper class of the Lampari Kingdom would be overestimating them. But at least based on the current situation, it could be seen that the situation in the Lampari Kingdom was still stable. It hadn't reached the point where it affected the lower-class citizens. This made Sui feel much more assured. At least based on what Larkstein had just said, he knew that nothing had happened to 70. Then as long as he could see 70, even if 70 was in trouble, Sui was confident in helping her. When Eric was still on the throne, 70 could be considered in the most dangerous situation. At that time, Sui could rely on the support of New Flyer to help 70 overthrow Eric's rule and bring the Lampari Kingdom under her control. Now that several years had passed, whether it was New Flyer or 70, they were both stronger than before, so there was nothing that could stop them. Thinking of this, Sui's mood calmed down. He looked away from the street and turned to Larkstein to ask, "Vice Chairman Larkstein, What is the situation with the war with the Sac Kingdom? Chapter 801. Kramer City was 200 kilometers away from Anvilmar City, so if one took a magic sedan, it would take at least 4 hours to get there. When the sun set in the distance, Sue saw the city walls of Anvilmar City. Chairman Sue, I will send you to the gates of the royal palace. What happens next isn't related to us. Larkstein looked at the city gates in the distance and said to Sue E. Sue nodded and didn't say anything else. There was something strange about this incident from beginning to end. For example, although Larkstein's group said that they were following the Lampari Kingdom's airspace regulations to stop the magic airship, their actions afterward showed that they were here to stop Sue E. They even accompanied Sue E all the way from Kramer City to Anvilmar City, as if they were afraid that Sue E would run away. However, this made Sue even more confused. If there really was a problem and someone in the Lampari Kingdom wanted to harm him, they wouldn't just send Larkstein and his trivial high-grade magicians. The matter of Sue E becoming a great magician was something that everyone in the surrounding countries knew about. If they really wanted to deal with Sue E, just Larkstein's group was far from enough. But if it wasn't a deal with Sue E, sending these high-grade magicians just to escort Sue E, or rather escort him to the Lampuri Kingdom's royal palace, this was a bit too much of a waste. On the way, Sue had asked Larkstein about this, but Larkstein had said that it was Her Majesty's order and they were just following it. Sue couldn't obtain any more information, so naturally he couldn't make any judgments. He could only wait and see. Akali was worried about Sue's safety before leaving, but Sue wasn't worried at all. First, he was already a powerful great magician, and because of Elder Lysania, Elder Lucia, and Teacher Carmilla, he had never relaxed on increasing his magic power. At the end of last year, he had broken through again and became a second-grade great magician, with his strength alone. Unless the remaining 3 great magicians of the Lampari Kingdom made a move together, it was impossible for anyone else to pose a threat to him. If he really couldn't, he could still run away. Second, he was the New Flyers chairman. With the New Flyers' powerful influence and the cooperation between the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom, no matter who controlled the situation in the Lampari Kingdom, they would only show goodwill to him and wouldn't easily offend him. Especially at this sensitive time when the Lampari Kingdom and the Sac Kingdom were at war, if they really offended Sue and the New Flyer, causing the New Flyer to support the Lampari Kingdom, there would be no benefits for the Lampari Kingdom at all. The reason why Sue obediently came to Anvilmar City with Larkstein was just to confirm Seveni's current situation. If it was said that he was a bit worried before, now that he thought that as long as there was nothing wrong with Seveni, it wouldn't be a big problem, so he could relax. Seeing that they were about to enter Anvilmar City, Sue's heart was filled with anticipation. Although it had only been 2 months since he last saw Seveni, because of the strange actions in the Lampari Kingdom, he was a bit worried about Seveni and missed her even more. Every time he thought of this, he felt a bit of regret. If he could have met Seveni earlier and decided to promote the magic signal towers in the Lampari Kingdom, he might have already built the communication line between the New Flight Commerce main base and Anvilmar City. He wouldn't have needed to come all the way to Anvilmar City to confirm Seveni's situation. Although the New Flyer was currently working with the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce to build the magic signal towers, because this was the first time they were building such a large scale, according to the plan, it would take at least the end of next year to finish. It was still far from being able to communicate freely. Chairman Sue, if you have time after your meeting with Her Majesty, Chairman Aaron would like to meet you. When a magic sedan brought Sue to the east gate of the royal palace, and Sue got out, Larkstein suddenly lowered his voice to speak to Sue. Sue considered it before giving a nod to show that he understood. Larkstein sat back in a magic sedan with a smile and left with his subordinates. When Larkstein left, 2 maids came out of the royal palace and came in front of Sue giving a bow to Sue. Chairman Sue, Her Majesty is waiting for you. Sue looked at the 2 maids and thought of Betty and Carol, who were still in his private manor in the Principality of Constantine. The two of them had been 70's personal maids, but after 70 sent them to Su Yi's side, it seemed like 70 had changed the two of them to be her personal maids. All right, bring me to see Her Majesty. The two maids gave another bow to Su. When they stood up, they curiously looked over Su Yi before turning to lead Su Yi in. Since 70 took the throne, although Su Yi didn't come to the Lampuri royal palace that many times, it was enough for him to be an honored guest in the royal palace. He enjoyed treatment that many important ministers of the Lampari kingdom couldn't enjoy. For example, after the two maids brought Su Yi into the royal palace, they led the way in front and brought him to the back half of the royal palace, which was the area mainly used for living. Normally speaking, this kind of private area was only accessible to the people closest to the king. It was clear that Su Yi was one of them. Su Yi was a bit surprised, but he wasn't surprised to see 70 in a small pavilion in the royal palace's back garden. When he saw 70, Su Yi let out a long sigh of relief. 70's face was red and her expression was normal. There was a strange smile on her face, but it wasn't forced at all. No matter which angle he looked at it from, it didn't seem like something had happened. It was clear that she didn't encounter an accident like Su Yi was worried about. Rather, she looked good, like she had been resting well during this time. Sit. 70 casually pointed at the seat in front of her as she spoke to Su Yi. Su Yi wasn't polite and sat down, staring at 70 without blinking. 70 was a bit embarrassed being stared at by Su Yi's burning gaze. Her face turned red as she glared at him. What are you looking at me for? I'm confirming that nothing happened to you, Su Yi said with a serious look. I was very worried before, but now that I've seen you, I can finally be assured. Worried? Worried about what? 70 asked in a surprised voice. Su Yi looked around and 70 understood. She waved her hand and had the surrounding maids move away. Su Yi still wasn't assured. He waved his hand and created a magic shield around the pavilion, isolating the sound from the outside world. Then he looked at 70 and asked with a serious look, "Tell me, is there really nothing wrong?" 70 revealed a smile. What could have happened? Su Yi, you're really strange today. No, I'm not strange. The strange one is you. If nothing happened, why did you declare war on the Sack Kingdom? Su Yi asked with a frown. Hearing this question, 70's expression changed and her smile disappeared. She lowered her head and, after being silent for a bit, she suddenly gave a sigh and said in a soft voice, Su Yi, you should be asking yourself this question. Su Yi was stunned. Asking me? What does it have to do with me? Of course it's related, and it's the most direct relationship. 70 looked up at Su Yi and softly bit her lip as a strange look of hidden bitterness appeared in her eyes. If it wasn't for you suddenly selling military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom, do you think that I would be willing to take the risk of losing all the benefits of our Lampari Kingdom to declare war on the Sack Kingdom? Su Yi was stunned before deeply knitting his brows. After thinking for a bit, he asked back in a deep voice, You mean that? Declaring war on the Sack Kingdom was completely your own idea. The reason was because our new flyer was selling military magic machines to the Sack Kingdom. Yes. 70 nodded without any hesitation. Su Yi fell silent again. After looking at 70 for a bit, Su Yi gave a sigh and said with a bitter smile, I guessed all kind of possibilities on the way here, and I thought that this was the lowest possibility because it was too absurd, but I never thought that it would be true. 70. I understand your personality. You aren't the kind of person who handles things according to your personal preferences. But this matter really doesn't make sense. Can you tell me why? 70 took a deep look at Su Yi before softly replying, Actually, you've already guessed the reason, right? The bitter smile on Su Yi's face became even stronger. I've guessed a bit, but I don't believe it. Are you doing this to warn me? It can't be considered a warning. It's just showing you my attitude. 70 shook her head. Su Yi, I know that as a company, you should develop more customers and sell more products. I understand this. But have you ever thought that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can't be considered a normal company at all? You want to say that we have to choose our side? Su Yi asked back. Yes. 70 honestly said. 70 seriously said. Our Lampari kingdom and the Sac kingdom have been enemies for several hundred years. There is no possibility of reconciliation. If you choose to support our Lampari kingdom, it's best if you don't support the Sac kingdom. In my opinion, this is completely stepping on two boats. It can even be considered a betrayal to our Lampari kingdom. Wait, we cut 70 off. Our new flyer doesn't belong to the Lampari kingdom. It can't be considered a betrayal. It seems like this to me. 70 rarely used a firm tone. 70 said in a strong voice, "When I received the news that your new flyer had decided to sell military magic machines to the Sac kingdom, do you know how I felt?" Seeing 70's red eyes, he was silent for a bit before saying with a bitter smile, 70, personal feelings can't be combined with national interests. This will affect your judgment. But even if we look at it from the country's interest, you are seriously harming our Lampuri kingdom. 70 slightly raised her voice. 70 raised her voice a little. Although the Lampari kingdom has hurt you before, it has also helped your new flyer grow. Moreover, I've always firmly stood on the side that supported you. I've never had any bad thoughts about you. But now that you've done this, don't you think that you've seriously hurt me and the Lampari kingdom? Seeing 70's angry face, he shook his head with a strange expression. 70, you're mistaken. Then tell me, what kind of misunderstanding is this? If you can't explain it clearly, I'm afraid I can't forgive you. Forgive? Sui thought about 70's words and felt that something was wrong. But in this situation, he couldn't think that much. He had to solve the misunderstanding first. Actually, it's like this. Chapter 802. After a while, there was 70's soft and long breath that came from the small pavilion. Sui, for such an important matter, why didn't you tell me ahead of time or discuss it with me? 70 looked at Sui with a bit of resentment and confusion in her eyes, but there was also a bit of joy. Actually, as long as you told me, I would have definitely understood and supported you, so there wouldn't have been such a serious misunderstanding. Sui spread his hands with a bitter smile and gave a helpless sigh. Because when I met you 2 months ago, this method was only in my imagination. It wasn't confirmed yet. I can't talk to you about this matter through letters. You should know how inconvenient this is. 70 gave an unsound, and after a bit of silence, she continued, "Since you know that this matter is this important, why don't you find some time to meet me?" Sui knit his brows. 70, I should be asking you this. Although this matter is very important, I wasn't in a rush because I never thought that you would be this impulsive. Because we revealed that we were selling military magic machines to the Sac Kingdom, you directly declared war on the Sac Kingdom. I have to say, this action is too rash. It isn't like you at all. 70 softly bit her lip as a trace of regret appeared in her eyes. Her expression was a bit stubborn, and she didn't respond to Sui's accusation at all. Seeing 70's reaction, Sui was very surprised. The 70 he knew and understood had a gentle and firm personality. She worked hard for her ideals, but she definitely wouldn't act rashly. Declaring war on the Sac Kingdom this time was her idea, which really went against her image. Sui even felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Could it be that there was someone in the Lampari Kingdom who influenced her to make this decision? But 70 wasn't someone who was easily influenced by others. Could it be that because she had been on the throne for too long, she was finally influenced by it, and her personality changed? Sui looked at 70's face that was much more mature compared to when they first met. Her face that had lost all its childishness, and he couldn't help feeling emotional. If it really was like this was the result that Sui wasn't willing to accept the most. If 70 changed in a direction that Sui wasn't willing to see, it would be hard for their relationship to maintain. Whether it was from a personal point of view or from a new flyer's point of view, this was something that Sui didn't want to see. 70 was silent for a bit before suddenly standing up. Sui, can you go out with me? Sui was surprised as he looked at the sky that was already a bit dark because the sun had set. He thought, where are you going this late at night? Then again, with 70's status, where could she go? But seeing the expression on 70's face, Sui thought about it before nodding and standing up. When Sue removed the magic barrier and the two of them walked out, 70 waved her hand at the two maids who came over. "No need to follow me. I'm going out for a walk with Chairman Sue." What surprised Sue was that the two maids only took a single look at Sue before obediently leaving, not saying a single word. Sue was a bit confused. 70 was the ruler of a country, and now that she was going out with an outsider, why didn't they say anything? 70 led the way and led Sue to a corner in the back garden of the royal palace. Then she had Sue wait while she went into a small room to the side. After around 10 minutes, 70 came out with a different set of clothes. Sue looked at 70, who was wearing coarse clothes, looking no different from a normal girl, and his lips couldn't help twitching. "I say, do you do this often?" 70's lips curled into a naughty smile. "Isn't it very boring staying in the royal palace all day?" Sue shook his head and walked out of the royal palace with 70 through a secret door in the back garden. There was a very quiet alley behind the wall. 70 led Sue around the alley a few times before entering a courtyard that looked like a normal person's house. There was a man and woman enjoying dinner in the courtyard, but when 70 and Sue came in, they acted like they didn't see them at all. They didn't react at all and let the two of them pass through the courtyard before walking out the front door. Sue turned to look at the normal man and woman focused on eating, thinking that 70 had spent quite a bit of effort on this. After exiting the front door of this ordinary house, there was another small alley, but this one was noisier than the one behind the walls of the palace's backyard. Listening carefully, one could hear the noise coming from the street not far away. 70 took off the hood of her coarse clothes and put it over her head, half covering her face. She also put on her scarf, revealing only her nose and mouth. It was already late winter, and there were many people dressed like this on the street, so it wasn't strange. So unless it was someone who was very familiar with her, it was impossible for anyone to recognize her. Sue looked at her and suddenly asked, 70, "There's no problem doing this in the winter, but what about the summer?" 70's eyes under the hood looked over, and she said with a faint smile, "Of course there are other methods in the summer. I've been doing this for several years, and there hasn't been a problem." Perhaps it was because they had left the royal palace, but 70's tone was much more relaxed. It didn't sound that different from a normal girl and didn't have the dignity of a queen at all. "You really do this often?" Sue rolled his eyes. He turned to look at the noisy street in front of him and asked, "All right, where do we go?" "We'll just stroll around." 70 replied, before really looking like she was strolling around, walking around the street. While looking at the people and the shops on both sides of the street, 70 chatted with Sue from time to time. Her chattering appearance was no different from the girls who came out with their male companions. Hearing the excitement and joy in 70's voice, Sue gave a sigh in his heart. 70 had told Sue many times that she wasn't interested in the throne because she felt that there would be too many restrictions after taking the throne. It would be hard for her to enjoy her freedom and the life she wanted to live. But the world changed, and she was forced to take the throne in the end. Then, as she expected, because of her identity as the queen, her life was affected and restricted in many ways. Casually strolling around the streets like this was already considered an extravagant hope. Sue was certain that when she left the royal palace to stroll around, there would be many guards following her to ensure her safety, so it couldn't be considered a real stroll. But this time, because a great magician like him was by her side, her safety wasn't a problem. The more important thing was that Sue had always treated 70 as an equal, so he didn't have any scruples because of her identity. "Sue, it would be great if you could come stroll with me more often." Halfway through, 70 suddenly gave a sigh. Sue gave a bitter laugh, thinking that this was too extravagant a request. Even if 70 could put down most of the Lampari Kingdom's matters, could it be that he had that much time to ignore the matters of the new flyer? It wasn't easy for the two of them to even see each other, so how could they go shopping together often? But Sue knew that 70 was just sighing, so he didn't dampen her mood. He said with a smile, "All right, as long as Steele doesn't mind, I can go shopping with you every day." 70 gave a laugh. "Sue, I've said it before, a man who is afraid of his wife like you. You're the only one I've seen in my life." Sui gave a soft snort. I don't believe it's just me. Not mentioning anything else. If you get married in the future, I don't believe that your husband will go against your wishes and be with another woman. Even if you don't mind, the people of the Lampari kingdom will definitely break his legs. My husband? Seveni gave a long sigh. She looked up at the starry sky before turning to Sui. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid I won't get married in this life. Sui was surprised. He then remembered that Seveni was already pregnant before marriage and had given birth to a prince. Even now, no one knew who the father of this prince was. It could be seen that Seveni had something that she couldn't mention. He suddenly brought up this topic, so it must have brought up Seveni's sad matter. Sui wanted to say sorry, but after thinking about it, he knit his brows and said to Seveni with a serious look, Seveni, if you really treat me as a friend, tell me who that man is. I will properly educate him for you and tell him how a man should shoulder his responsibilities. Seveni turned to look at Sui, and her slightly opened lips revealed the surprise in her heart. After a while, she slowly shook her head. No, just treat it as if he doesn't exist. Anyway, I already have a child, so everything else isn't important. Not important? Sui was a bit angry in his heart. Seveni, even if you're a girl, no matter what your identity is, you're still a woman in the end. Is the child's father really not important to you? I don't believe it. Tell me, who is he? Even if that man is an important person from the Kamla Empire or the Malar Empire, I will definitely catch him for you. Seveni's lips twitched as she revealed a bitter smile. No, when I met him, his identity was very normal, but he had many different ideas. This means that his identity isn't normal now? That is even more unforgivable. Sui was suddenly stunned as he thought of something. I understand. Seveni, it's because his identity isn't normal that you have scruples, right? Yes. Seveni nodded. She raised her hand and cut off Sui's questions. Don't ask anymore. If you really treat me as a friend, then don't keep asking about this. I don't regret my decision back then. Rather, I feel very lucky to be able to meet such a different man, making my life more exciting. But everything ends here. Sui, don't ask about this in the future, all right? Seeing the pleading and determined look in Seveni's eyes when she looked up, Sui gave a sigh and turned his head away. This kind of irresponsible man can make you protect him like this. To be honest, I'm very surprised and even a bit jealous. Seveni looked at the complicated expression of anger and sadness on Sui's face, but she revealed a smile that couldn't be seen. Jealous? Actually, anyone in this world can be jealous of him, only you don't need to. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.